Everyone, and welcome to the special meeting of the Stadium Authority and City Council. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Chahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Here.
And Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here. Thank you. We have two items in closed session. City Attorney, Stadium Authority Attorney.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Two items, 1A and 1B. First item is under threat to public services or facilities pursuant to Government Code Section 54957A. It's consultation with all the individuals listed on the agenda, with an additional participant outside counsel, Mohammed Walazada, will also be participating. In addition, item 1B is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, exposure to litigation, one case. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on these closed session items? I see no one in the chambers. Is there anyone online? There is no one online, so we are going to now convene to closed session. We'll be back here in open session at 6:30 p.m. for our special meeting. Thank you. Okay, let's turn this on. Good evening, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Welcome to the City Stadium Authority meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk, when you're ready.
AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note, as presiding officer, the chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome, and thank you for your participation. Registered lobbyists. Lobbyists speaking in a lobbying capacity are required to identify themselves as such and disclose the client or clients and or organizations that he or she represent at the meeting, held with city officials or at public meetings, pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110.
Thank you for that. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the Council Stadium Authority is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person as the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move now on to the agenda. So we have reports of action taken in closed sessions. Stadium Authority, City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council Stadium Authority met on both items listed on the closed session agenda, but there are no reportable actions. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. All right, now we have continuances, exceptions. Council member, Stadium Authority member Jane.
Yeah, I was looking at the agenda here, and I didn't see an itemized topic for public presentation.
I have already have that under control.
Okay.
That's coming next. Thank you, though, for noticing it wasn't there.
That was my request.
I don't have so I don't know who's put their hand up to speak. Can't get it to work. Okay. Michelle, can you help me when you see hands to speak? Okay. Do you see any?
We have no hands online, but we do have 2 members of the public here.
Yeah, that'll be for public presentations. I'm talking about the council.
Oh, no.
Is there any member of the council? You're withdrawing?
I have the same request that public presentation should be.
Okay, very good. So we're going to move on then to public presentations. We didn't have an item on the agenda, but we're going to take it first. I believe we have a couple of public presentations. So Michelle?
Bin Liu.
Yes, please come forward here to the microphone. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor and the council members.
Can you speak right so people at home can hear you? Thank
Sure.
you.
My name is Bin Liu. I'm here to raise our concern representing our neighborhood. As all you know, AT&T is going to install a cell node in our neighborhood. We launched a petition on change.org, and so far there are 92 neighbors signed the petition. I'm here representing all these members who signed the petition to raise our concerns. Okay, so the concerns number one is the health risk. There's a growing body of science evidence that suggests the exposure to radio frequency radiation, RFR, from cell towers and other wireless devices can have negative health effects, including cancer, brain tumor, and reproductive problems. The World Health Organization has classified RFR as a possible human carcinogen, and the National Toxicology Program has found the exposure of RFR can cause cancer in rats. Concern number two, property value impact. In addition to the health risks, we are also concerned about the property value impact of this cell node. A study by the University of California, Berkeley, found that homes within 500 feet of the cell tower sell for an average of $10,000 less than homes that are far away. This is because buyers are concerned about the potential health risks of living near a cell tower. Concern number three, neighborhood aesthetics. The proposed cell node will also have a negative impact on the aesthetic of our neighborhood. It will be a large, unsightly structure that will be visible from many homes, and that will make our neighborhood less desirable and could drive down the property values. Not only is it a physical structure, the cell node will emit a constant humming noise, which would be a nuisance for us and our neighbors. Berkeley and Palo Alto are two cities that were able to reject the cell node installation in various of neighborhood areas through their cities. Both use the vehicle of prioritization to keep the cell industry's installation away from people's homes. And we believe that Santa Clara should follow the city's lead and ban the installation of cell nodes in residential areas. And we understand that the city cannot successfully fight these installation on health and.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu, and you did send that. We saw the change.org petition. We are not allowed to talk about or take action on anything under public presentations, but I think by consensus we can nod to our city manager that that this issue, if you didn't know about it already, that it's an issue that has been brought up by a large number of people. Okay. But thank you for bringing it to our attention this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lena, we have Lena. Lena's online. Go ahead, Lena. You're muted. Lena?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead, please.
Okay, this is the first time that I participate in these meetings. I'm not sure if the stadium parking situation is on the agenda or is a public item. So if you can instruct me so I know
Sure.
when to see.
Yes, if you want to, it's item number 2F, Lena. So we're going to be getting to that shortly, I think. So
Okay,
hang
so
in
then
there.
I'll
Hang
pass away.
in there, Lena. We'll come back and note that she wants to speak on that item number 2F.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And thank you for calling in. All right, we'll hear from you later. Thank you. 2669, phone number 2669. You're muted. 2669. What did they press to unmute? I say this every time. Is it star 9? Star 6? Let me read my own instructions.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. My name is James Rowan, and let me begin by sharing with you a comment that Jeremy Bentham once said, that publicity always robs a government action of its evil. That is why we've had a Public Records Act since 1968. That is why we've had a Ralph M. Brown Act since the 1950s. Both of them, sorry to say, were Republicans. Ronald Reagan signed the Public Records Act, but again, he did so because he said the right of the public should not be infringed. Unfortunately, we have been going over people writing letters to the editor saying that Public Records Acts are to be weaponized, which I find fascinating how a law can be weaponized. Secondly, I would remind this council, and this council has several great members, including, of course, the mayor, Member Watanabe, Member Hardy, Member Shahal, but unfortunately, that's where it stops. But I would remind all 7 of you of the fact that the people have just the Records Act, the Brown Act, while government has the police, has the money, has the power. We never knew what happened at the Wannsee Conference because all the records were burned except one file. The public records of a government are what keeps the government equal to the people. I wish you all well, and again, I will stop by reminding all of you of, while I conclude, reappoint Field, resign now Becker.
Thank you. We have now Jesse. Jesse. Oh, you're here in person. Here, I'm looking at the screen, and you're right in front of me. Welcome.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Okay. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for hearing me out. I've been a Santa Clara resident for 14 years. Please excuse my English. I'm a first-generation immigrant.
It's perfect.
Okay, I'm from Taiwan. And then Santa Clara, first of all, I'm grateful that everybody has been doing for Santa Clara. It's being known for a safe ground. And then the past 3 years after the pandemic and the wildfire, I do feel like Santa Clara has provided a very safe environment, low crime for the residents. For that, I'm really enjoying that. I do really appreciate that. But this is not until recently that I received a notice from AT&T that they're going to install a cell tower very close to our home, literally just 7 steps from Lou's house and probably 25 steps from my house. And this is unheard of. And then most of the cell tower I witness and circle around the neighborhood, most of them are installed near the park or where there's not many populations nearby. And so we emailed the agency, AT&T agency, and asked them several times what lead to the conclusion for them to choose our corner for their mini tower. And there were several attempts. We never received a feedback from them. So that leaves us no choice to ask for everybody's help because I do believe this mini cell tower could cause a lot of harmful action to human body, and especially for little children, where we do have, just recently have infants just right adjacent to the proposed cell tower sites, and we have pregnant, the newlywed pregnant couple, and we have children just live right across the pole with the special needs. So I really do want to emphasize and hopefully that get everybody's support in fighting against this installations. I do believe that a lot of city, like City of Palo Alto, City of Hillsborough, they already successfully fight against this. And then, and also, I really want to, I mean, we're not against them to install the cell tower to improve their business, but we do hope they can choose a safer ground for the installation. Thank you for listening. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Jesse. And if you heard earlier, we have referred this to our city manager to look into that issue. We did receive the email information from Mr. Liu. Thank you very much for coming this evening. Do we have any other members of the public? I don't see any. All right, so we're going to start onto our agenda now. We're going to start with item public hearing, general business. Item 2A, accept the report on the Santa Clara Stadium Authority's non-NFL events documents by JS Held LLC. I'm going to hand this over to our executive director. Yes, executive director.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the council, and members of the public, both here and at home. Javon Grogan, Executive Director for the Stadium Authority and City Manager. The item that is before you is a report from forensic accounting firm JS Held, detailing their review of non-NFL events for the fiscal years 2018 through 2020. Audit Manager David Noyce is on hand to provide some background on the project, and Tim Gillingham, Senior President of JS Held, is here to give a presentation about their procedures and conclusions. You may remember back to the fall of 2020, JS Held presented a previous analysis to the board for fiscal years prior to 2018. Based on what was learned at that meeting, the board approved another engagement with JS Held to review additional years presented here tonight. After some delays due to COVID and ManCo's limited cooperation with JS Held, we are happy to present the information that is before you tonight. I will currently hand the presentation off to our audit manager, David, who then will be supplemented by David from JS Held.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Executive Director, and good evening to Chair Gilmore and the rest of the board. Nice to be here tonight. David Noyce, Audit Manager. And the item before you, as Executive Director laid out, is a review from the non-NFL events for the stadium. And as you know, the Stadium Management Agreement, one of the tenets of that is that ManCo will maintain accurate and complete records for all events, anything that relates to the net income from non-NFL events, and those are to be maintained in accordance not only with generally accepted accounting principles, but also to be maintained consistently across events. And a little bit of background, dating back to the beginning of the stadium and then non-NFL events, there was some maybe issues, and I know some concerns expressed between the documentation surrounding non-NFL events. Specifically, there at times were detailed documents that maybe didn't sum up to the summarized total for the net profit loss for any event. And so because of that, as the Executive Director had laid out, we entered into an engagement with JS Held. The first one was to perform an in-depth review of the non-NFL event documents from fiscal years 2014 through 2016-17. And as was mentioned, that first piece was presented to the board back in November of 2020, and JS Held detailed their findings and analysis recommendations for accounting for non-NFL events. And at the time, after that presentation, the board direction was to engage JS Held to do another set of a review with similar procedures to the next couple of fiscal years, so fiscal year 2018, 19, and 20. And the scope was consistent with the first engagement. Sorry, I'm neglecting my duty. He's got me. The scope was consistent with the first engagement, where JS Held was asked to look into the final financial statements for each non-NFL event and go back and look at the individual event financial statements to see if there was adequate documentation supporting accounting. And so that is what is before us tonight, is this phase two, the second set of 3 years. And so we, myself and Tim Gillihan from JS Held, we met with the audit committee back in June and went over the details of their report. And just to point out, one of the recommendations of the audit committee was to, if the board so chose, to engage JS Held to do a further review of these next fiscal years, 21, 22, and 23. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tim, who is our expert from JS Held, Tim Gillihan.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I appreciate your time and allowing me to present the findings tonight. As David and Executive Director mentioned, I did do a presentation back in December of 2020 regarding the first 3 fiscal years, and I'm pleased to actually be able to do it in person here. Unfortunately, I can't wear sweatpants like I did during that presentation. This is the full deal, but again, appreciate your time this evening and hope you'll find this useful, and please would love to hear any questions you have, which I'm sure we will go through. So tonight we're going to cover a summary of the findings. We'll also go through a little bit of a timeline, although the timeline is really no different than the timeline that I discussed back in 2020. There's not a lot of additional detail except, of course, for the additional work that was performed after that initial report that I presented in December 2020. I'll then talk about the tasks performed for these last 3 fiscal years that we reviewed, discuss a bit more in depth about the findings, and then talk about some of the recommendations that we have after reviewing all of those records. So the first finding, this is going to be very similar if you recall the first report. When it came to the documentation, we found the documents that were provided were not sufficient to rely upon to be able to determine if the financial results were in fact reported accurately. So that doesn't mean that the results were not reported accurately, but it does mean that the documentation would not rise to the level of being really what I would consider, what in accounting parlance we would consider source records and documentation. And we'll get into more details about why that is, what types of documents would be considered sufficient, what types of documents were provided that are not considered sufficient, and I'll go through some examples of those records. As I mentioned here in the second bullet point and already alluded to, this doesn't mean that the results are not accurate. So I want to be really clear about that. The fact that the documents aren't sufficient doesn't mean that the results aren't accurate. It just means that from an accounting standpoint, I wouldn't be able to say that, yes, these documents support how the information was actually presented and ultimately reported. Another issue that we looked into, and this was different from the first report, now that we had 6 years of NFL or non-NFL events to look at, we performed analytics to see what has happened within the events over that 6-year period. And specifically, there was a fairly sizable decrease in the non-NFL net revenue that began in, I believe it was year 5, compared to the first 4 years. So we wanted to be able to determine what were some of the reasons for those changes in the non-NFL net revenue decreasing substantially over that period. So we looked into that. We found 6 main reasons. And I will first preface this by saying these analytics and these conclusions about what changed or what may have accounted for decreases in non-NFL net revenue, they do assume that the results are reported accurately. So we are making that assumption when we do the analytics. Otherwise, the analytics wouldn't really be meaningful if we were assuming they weren't accurate. So the first finding is we can't really tell. We can't conclude that they are accurate because the underlying documentation is not sufficient. But in order to do the analytics, we do need to make that assumption that those results are accurately reported. What we determined is that there's 6 main factors for why the non-NFL net revenue decreased significantly from the first 3 years into the next 3 years. The first is that the number of concerts decreased during this period of time. The profitability of soccer matches decreased. The losses for college football games increased. The number of special events decreased. In addition to that, one thing not noted on here is that the net revenue per special event did also decrease during this period. And just to be clear, for The citizens that are listening, that special event is something that would be, say, a wedding that takes place here, a corporate event, something other than a large-scale concert or other type of sporting event. And then there were no large alternative events such as hockey and wrestling. And actually, I misspoke. I did indicate that the net revenue from the special events had decreased as well. The third finding that we have here, we look to see if the results from each event seemed to adhere to the contract. Again, we have to make the assumption that the results were reported accurately, but we looked at the underlying contract for a sample of events to see if ultimately at the end of the day, when an event was settled up, did the financial results line up with what was contracted between the stadium manager and the promoter for the event. Our finding here is that the terms of those contracts did appear to be adhered to for the events that we sampled. We note here there are differences between the revenues and expenses that were reported on the settlement statement. When I say settlement statement, that is a statement between the management company and the promoter. And there was a difference between revenues and expenses on those reports and what was reported on the profit and loss statements overall for an event. Without being able to have conversations with Manco about those differences, we can't say exactly what accounts for those differences, but we do understand that there are oftentimes, and this was from not negotiations, conversations with Manco prior to Manco cutting off communication with me and with my firm on this. They had indicated that there were deviations where there might be an agreed to amount. So for example, turf replacement is something that comes up oftentimes after an event occurs. And there may be an agreement with the promoter to pay a fixed fee for what that turf replacement will be. It could be more than or less than what the actual cost of the turf replacement is. So the settlement statement with the promoter would reflect that negotiated amount, whereas the profit and loss statement that's actually reported to the city would reflect the actual cost of the turf replacement and the invoice. So it's not necessarily that there's unreconcilable differences between those two. My understanding is that it's based upon negotiated amounts, but again, we would need to be able to have conversations with Manco in order to make those determinations as to whether or not those are supported by those negotiations. And then the fourth item we looked into, we've been asked to look at depreciation and the treatment of that. Similarly to the first item about the sufficiency of records overall, the documentation that we were provided with was not sufficient for us to be able to make a conclusion about potential issues with capital expenditures perhaps being expensed and then depreciated as well, so perhaps a double counting of those costs. We just don't have enough sufficient documentation to be able to make that determination. So again, as far as how the depreciation and capital expenditures were treated, just not sufficient information for us to make a conclusion on that. I'll just quickly go through this timeline. As I mentioned, it's not changed that much from when we were first engaged to look at the first 3 years. One reason why I do want to bring it up is that initially when we were first engaged, there was the ability to have conversations and meetings with Manco that were very productive, and I felt very helpful when we had those meetings. But then unfortunately, part of it was due to timing. Of course, with COVID happening, we were not able to access the stadium for a period of time in order to review records. And then I believe it was in September of 2020 that we, let's see, this is still through 2019, in 2020, September 1st, Manco had terminated direct communications via a letter from their attorney. So at that point, in speaking with the Stadium Authority, we decided to go ahead and issue a report based upon the information that had been provided up to that point, and our findings were that the documentation that had been provided was not sufficient for us to be able to determine if the results were reliable. And there were a couple of different issues there. One of them, as David had mentioned, there were some discrepancies between the detailed profit and loss statements for each event and the overall annual profit and loss for all events, that if you summed up the totals of each event, it did not equal the totals for the year that had been reported. We were able to work with Manco to determine the reasons for those differences for 2 out of the 3 years. It was the fiscal years ending, I believe, in 15 and 17 that we were able to work with them to reconcile. For fiscal year 16, we were not able to get that bridge crossed, unfortunately, and then the communication terminated at that point. In addition to that, there was looking at the underlying records in general for each event. And so we had sampled one event and had worked in depth with Manco in order to gain understanding about all of the reporting and documentation available for that event. And I felt we were making good headway until, unfortunately, the communications were terminated. So for that event that we were working in detail, the records were still not sufficient. And then, of course, for the totality of the other events, they were also insufficient. After that report, which I presented on in December of 2020, we were re-engaged to look at the next 3 years. I did make an attempt to reach back out to Manco to see if they might be interested in working with us. Unfortunately, did not receive a response to that, so we continue to work with records that were provided, my understanding, from Manco to the city, and the city provided those to us, or the Stadium Authority to us, to analyze. So with the tasks that we performed, based upon the records that we did receive, so first, we had P&Ls for all of the ticketed events and the special events. So we just did very basic, ticking and tying to make sure on a math level, are things accurate? Are there any sort of math errors, clerical errors that we see? We performed analytics that I alluded to, and we'll get into more in depth what those analytics were and the results of those. For the ticketed events, we looked at 100% of the population. What that means is that we looked at and touched every single piece of paper and documentation that had been provided related to each each ticketed event that occurred during this period of time. So any source documentation that had been provided by Manco to the Stadium Authority, we looked at every single piece of information and made a determination as to whether this was an adequate source record or whether it was some summary of source documentation or something else. We vouched the recorded amounts to the underlying documentation. So again, that's looking at the documentation, whether or not we felt it was sufficient and a reliable source. We wanted to make sure that the amounts at least matched up and reconciled between the documentation that had been provided and what was reported. We looked at key terms of the stadium use and partnership agreements to see if the way that things were recorded were adhering to the contracts. We performed the analytics, as I discussed earlier, to determine the reasons for that non-NFL net revenue decreasing significantly. We talked about the sample events that we looked at, comparing it to the settlement statement to determine if the way that the events were settled adhered to the contract terms, and also looked at the management agreement provisions regarding depreciation and compared that to documentation that we did have. Again, as I mentioned, it was not sufficient for us to make it a determination, but we did look at the records that were available to see if the depreciation matched up with what was allowed for that to be handled. I'm going to go through now some of what I would consider examples of adequate documentation and not adequate documentation. So this gets to our first finding, which was that in general, the documentation was not sufficient to conclude whether or not the results were reported accurately. This is a report, excuse me, from Ticketmaster for ticket sales. So this is actually coming from a third party. It's on their Ticketmaster's letterhead. It indicates what sale amounts were for different periods. Now, Manco would take these reports from Ticketmaster and do allocations on them, but we were able to trace those allocations back to a source record from a third party that indicated what the sales were. So because this is coming from an independent third party, it's showing ticket sales as captured by that third party, we would consider that a reliable source of information in order to document what the revenues for an event would be. On the expense side, invoices coming from third parties, again, coming from an outside party, indicating what work was done, the date it was done, we can match it up to an event. That would be considered an adequate piece of documentation. So those were two pieces, and there's only two because in general, source documentation is relatively simple. You're looking at reports from third parties. You're doing, in this case, ticket sales through a third party, Ticketmaster, for the most part, that you can trace back to those source records. And then anytime you're incurring an expense, you expect to have an invoice to back that expense up. So it is relatively simple getting to what adequate documentation would be. So now we're going to go through some of the examples of documentation that we did receive from Manco as support, but which from an accounting perspective would not be considered a third-party source or some sort of independent verification that revenue was received or that an expense was incurred. So one of those would be printouts of spreadsheets that were prepared by Manco. So we received quite a few of these. This was some of the most voluminous type of documentation, especially on the revenue side, are spreadsheets that would capture data input from Manco, but is ultimately summarizing a source record. From an accounting standpoint, we would need to go back and see the actual source record that this spreadsheet is purporting to summarize. And in many cases, we were only provided with these spreadsheets, not with the underlying source record that these spreadsheets were, that they relied upon. This is another example of a spreadsheet. I believe this was a spreadsheet that was used to compute ticket revenues for suites. Again, this is summarizing information that would reside within the financial system or some other source record, but it's not the source record itself. And this is an example of general ledger entries or journal entries that were made, so we can see what entry Manco is making to record into the system, but we don't actually have the underlying documentation for the journal entries that are being made. So in accounting speak, a journal entry is just when you're taking information, some transaction that happened, and you're recording what happened in that transaction. So we're seeing here how Manco recorded it, but we don't see what they're actually recording, or at least the source record that they relied upon to make the determination of what journal entry should be recorded. There are also invoices from Stadco that, because of the fact that we have related parties, and this also did raise some questions about depreciation, where we have mags that are being rented out to the stadium, so we would have some questions about just wanting to make sure that this was not equipment that was already purchased by the Stadium Authority, and just understanding the source of that equipment, and having a bit more information. If there's a related party entry with Stadco billing the Stadium Authority or Manco, we would want to have a little bit more information about the backup for that. We also received screenshots of entries recorded into the accounting system. So in some ways, this is similar to a journal entry, the journal entry that I showed before. But in this case, we're just seeing a screenshot of an entry that likely was recorded, but because it's just a screenshot of an entry, it's not really telling us anything about the underlying data. It's just telling us that an entry was made to the system. So from an accounting standpoint, again, we would need to see the underlying documentation to understand why this journal entry is being made into the accounting system. There were also at times emails between Manco staff that would be considered support. Oftentimes it was in discussions of allocations, how revenues and expenses would be allocated. But again, an email between staff is not supporting documentation for our purposes. Now, I would say if you received an email from an outside vendor that was confirming an amount, that can be fine if it's coming from an outside third party, but emails between the internal accounting staff would not be considered sufficient documentation in this context. Now we'll switch over to the analytics that we performed, looking at what happened in the non-NFL net revenue results when we look at the first 3 years and really the first 4 years, and then what happened in fiscal years ending in 19 and 20. One point that I do want to make is that when we're talking about the fiscal years, and we'll use the way that I refer to them is usually the year in which the fiscal year ends. So the very last year is 2020. So there may be some questions about the impact of COVID on that year, but the fiscal year actually ends in March. So there may have been some COVID impact, but it would be relatively small because of the fact that this we would have just seen an impact in March. So there would have been 1 month out of that year that may have had a significant impact from COVID. So I want to point that out. And what we see is that for the first 4 years, there was net NFL revenue. And when I say net, that means you're taking all of the gross revenue from ticket sales, food and beverage sales, merchandise sales, any kind of revenue that comes in, and then you're netting out all of the expenses to actually hold the event, and including payments out to the promoters. So the net income from these non-NFL events was somewhere north of $5 million for all of the first 4 years, a little bit above $6 million in the second year. What we then saw was that in 2019, it essentially broke even, and in 2020, there was a loss of almost $3 million. So we wanted to be able to look into this and find out, all right, what were the drivers? Again, with the assumption that the documents or that the results were reported accurately. So first we looked at the number of events, and we have a color-coded bar chart here that shows, it gives a good graphical representation of what was driving the number of events that were occurring. If you see the dark blue and the orange, those are, the dark blue are the concerts, the orange are soccer events. So you can see that in 2016 and 2017, you had quite a few concerts and soccer matches. And we see the soccer matches shrink a bit in 18, 19, and 20, and we also see the concerts drop from, I think, 5 in 2016 to 4 in 2017, and then 2 in 18 and 19. So already from looking at this, we can tell that there is something in just the quantity and number of events that were occurring that's going to explain some of this decrease in revenue. This chart here is focused on concerts. If you look at the bar chart is the number of concerts, and the line chart is the net revenue off of those concerts. So pretty clearly there's a direct correlation, of course, between the number of concerts and what the net NFL or net non-NFL revenue from those concerts are. So concerts overall are very profitable. They're the most consistently profitable event that Levi Stadium hosts. And so, of course, as fewer concerts are hosted, then there will be a direct reduction, as we've seen, in what the non-NFL net revenue will be from the concerts. With the soccer matches, there was an increase in 2017. That was the peak of the number of soccer matches. It did decrease in 18 and 19, but kind of more importantly than the decrease, if you see I think it's an orange line, that is the net revenue. What we saw, if you look at 18, the net revenue actually was one of the highest years of net revenue, about $3.5 million. In 2019, there were the same number of matches, but the net revenue dropped to 0 for that year. So the matches themselves were just less profitable matches. I don't want to speculate. I'm not in a position as an accountant to speculate as to why those soccer matches weren't as profitable. But certainly we have the details for those events where we can, at another time, delve into the results of each of those events. If anybody has any, wants to dive into the drivers behind those soccer matches themselves. I promise next time I'm going to hit the correct direction when I go to the next slide. Here we see that average net soccer revenue per match. So in 2015, there were only 2 matches, but each of those matches were very popular, highly anticipated matches, and they netted about $2 million per soccer match. In 2016, still only 2 matches, and the net revenue dropped from the $2 million to about $500,000. In 2017, we had 5 matches, but that net revenue was still about $500,000. So there was a net benefit because of the fact that there were more events, and they maintained that profitability of about $500,000 per event. In 2018, we see the profitability increase again to $1 million, and we had 3 events. So again, another great profitable year for soccer matches. What we see in 2019 is that the profitability per match drops to 0. So we had 3 matches, but no profit off of those. And the same for 2020, 2 matches, but again, no profit. So basically breaking even from the matches that were held in 19 and 20. And I lied because I hit the wrong button again. So this is one example. So we took a match that was relatively similar in terms of the timing of the match. So we have an event here from March of 2018 and a match from, I think that is another 3. Okay.
March of 2019.
Yes, so the following year. We can see that the Mexico versus Iceland match netted $1.8 million for that match. We see that in the following year, the match between Mexico and Paraguay actually lost $500,000. So a huge swing in a very similar type of match. Again, I understand that there may have been some reasons for that. I don't want to speculate as to what caused that change from year to year. But if we look at the overall results, what I like to focus on is looking at overall revenues and expenses. So we see that on the revenue side of it, we went from about $5.3 million of revenue for the match in 2018 to about $3.6 million in 2019. So a fairly sizable decrease in the revenue side, but we see that the expenses actually went up from 18 to 19. So while there were likely fewer attendees, and I don't think I included the attendee numbers on this chart, so I believe that largely, we do have the cost per, or the price per attendee fell from $65 to about $60. So there wasn't a huge change in the ticket price. So it largely was driven by fewer attendees. But despite fewer attendees, we see that the costs were actually still very high for the event compared to the prior year having higher revenue and lower expenses. And one of those items as well is if we look at the partner payment and guarantees, despite the fact that there were lower revenues, lower ticket sales, there was still the same amount of payment out to the promoter. And oftentimes you will see that the promoter expense is the biggest, will be the biggest expense for any of these events that you see. Looking at the other categories, you see things like the operations staff. That expense went from about $280 to $500. So again, there's fewer attendees, but more higher cost for the staff. And public safety costs as well show that same increase, though not to the same degree or extent. With net college football losses, that is something that we did key on. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that the college football games lose money, and that they have historically. They continue to. What we did see is that those losses accelerated in the next set of 3 years that we looked at. So the losses had ranged from around $2 to $3 million for the first 3 years. They were in the $3 to $3.5 million loss per year for the subsequent 3 years that we looked at. And one interesting piece to kind of key in on, this is specifically looking at the Pac-12 championships. So the dark blue chart is looking at the revenue that was coming from the Pac-12 games. The light blue are the partner payments that were made out to the Pac-12. So there was never a year in which the revenues, and this is before taking out any expenses at all, there was never a year in which the revenues ever exceeded what the partner was guaranteed to receive. So even before any expenses were incurred, the games were kind of guaranteed to be a loss. Then for special events, here we see a spike in special events from 2015 to 16 after the stadium first opened. We see a pretty sharp decrease in 17, and we see that trend continue in 18, 19, and 20. And then we also see the net revenue per event decrease. So we have a kind of double whammy of the number of events decreasing and then the profitability from each event decreasing as well. So those were the finding summaries of what we found looking at those subsequent 3 years. As I mentioned early on, I did feel that early on in the relationship with Manco, we had a good relationship, a good working relationship. I would love the opportunity at some point, or always be open to work with them in order to bridge the gap in any documentation that's missing. But with that being said, would love to turn it over to you to have any questions, Mayor or Council.
Yes, I think, and the way we do this is everyone will get their questions out, and then hopefully you or David will be able to answer them. But thank you very much for the presentation. I always find them very enlightening. Thank you. Very good. Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if you can answer this, or maybe staff can answer this one. I'm seeing on here in the recommendation, it's saying authorize an additional engagement to analyze for the fiscal years of 21, 22, and 23. I was trying to look through the documents on here. Is there a cost associated with this, or do we have that number?
We're going to get all the questions first. I'm sorry, it's
just my only question.
The way we do it here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Jane.
Thank you. One of the things I noticed in the document was that the number of ticket sales versus the number of tickets actually issued for the game, there was a huge discrepancy from event to event. And can you speculate? I know there's a lot of comped tickets that are given out, but those don't seem to be well documented. Maybe you could talk about that. There was a chart you put up here for the net non-NFL revenue. In 2015, the profit was 5.2 million. 2016, the profit was 6 million. 2017, the profit was 5.3 million. This may be for Director Lee. Did any of that money that was profits, did any of that money flow to the general fund? And maybe why not? And then it seems like the source documentation is really deficient. I mean, unbelievably deficient. Is that from your opinion that these are paper documents and they're not electronic and they didn't, you know, we had this issue with the SBL ticket holders. That was all paper. And then basically the city went and digitized all that. I don't know what happened with all that. And I know that we're authorizing the audit, your company to do the audit for 2021 to 2023. We just had KPMG talk about the non-NFL audit that they did, which is different than your audit, but they indicated that they were able to get source documentation. I know we have a new financial management record-keeping system. I'm hoping that your audit will be able to thoroughly test that out and make sure that it's adequate to the job. My question is really, why, I'm just asking you to speculate, but why is it that the 49ers or Manco stopped talking to you, and what happened in that relationship? Thank you.
Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. I just had the question, JS Held, it says, when I looked it up, you are a global consulting firm, and you mentioned being an accountant. I want to make certain I understand because I wasn't around here for the first one, what you were asked to do. And the report, I'm going to say it looks kind of simple to me. And I could have probably done it very quickly. So I'm not quite certain what we would be expecting from you if we continued this.
All right. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions. One is related to, you compared two soccer games, basically, and we came to know that revenue on one was higher and revenue on the other was lower, but the expenses were close. So I'm not sure, did you get a chance to compare other soccer games where we made revenue or we made losses? So the reason I'm asking that question, are there expenses which are fixed? Because you see public safety cost or promoter revenue, whatever we are giving. So what is the line where you say whatever soccer game you will have, you will at least have this much expense, basically. So that analysis I want for other games, basically. Why, if we can analyze other games. Source documentation deficiency, I also have concerns about that and why we are not doing that. And with that, I have a question for our staff right now. Like when I think the accounting package we are using is ACPAC. Does that has a facility or utility to attach the source documentation along with the JE entries or with the sales orders or with the revenue? Because in general, any accounting package, when you generate a sales order, you can attach a purchase order with that. Or when you invoice something, when you pay something, you can attach the invoice with that. So I want to confirm that current accounting package we have that has that facility so that we don't get into the situation that we are looking for the documentation later on, but they should be on the fly, documentation should be available. College football games, it definitely was a loser proposition, but did you analyze that with our contract? Like, how come a stadium authority cannot even stop a loss-making event? Like, did you get the analysis that why those football games, college football games were being held again and again and again when we were constantly making losses? Could stadium authority have stopped that as per our legal contract signed with Manco, basically? That's my other question to you. Revenue categories, you did mention that you did get the revenue from Ticketmaster. Were those Ticketmaster, I didn't hear that the revenue was off. You did mention that Ticketmaster revenue sheets were provided to you, but were the revenues booked were off from those? And if they were off, what was the delta, like 5%, 10%, 15%, 30%? That's my question, basically. And yeah, those are my questions for the timing. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, and thank you again for the report. I'm actually on the audit committee, and so this is the second time I'm hearing the report, and unfortunately the results are still the same. But I wanted to ask, are you familiar with the new accounting system? A couple of members have mentioned it. And if so, going forward, like with the future audit, would it be able to help you, with a future audit? So that's my only question. Thank you.
Any other council authority member comments? All right, I have just two, and one was kind of asked already. Why did Manco cut off communications with you? And my second is, why are they not supplying you with the information you need? So when you're ready, you can, I think David has a lot of those questions. And
Mayor, if I will.
yes.
I think those questions fall into three buckets, some for staff, some for our audit manager, and some for the accountant.
So we'll start with David and then go maybe to our staff and then end with JS Held.
Thank you for the questions, Board, and we're all obviously available here to address them. Did my best to get them in order here. Going back to the cost for the additional audit, I think, Board Member Becker, we don't have an estimated cost at this point. What we would need first would be board direction to actually do this project. And then I think in this case it would make sense for us, economies of scale wise, to engage JSL to continue that work with all of their background. So that is, if the direction would be to do that, we would come back and do a contract estimate. We can report that out. And would you like us to go in order, or do you want me to try to pick the?
No, you don't have to necessarily go in order. You can take your part and then.
Okay. So Board Member Jane, I think we had a couple of things for Tim. Ticket sales versus ticket issued analysis and regarding comp tickets, and did we look at that?
Yes, so that was an issue that we had looked at with tickets sales and comp tickets. And for the most part, from what we saw, it made sense that you would see more tickets that were scanned than tickets that were sold, but within reason, maybe 1% or 2% off. There were some events, specifically the Foster Farms Bowl, which had a significant number of comp tickets. We also had a concert, I believe it was One Direction, and this was in the first 3 years that we looked at, that had a negative ticket sales number. And that was an issue that unfortunately we didn't have a chance to discuss with Manco before the communication was terminated. So there were some specific events that we had questions about, the source of those comp tickets, if there may have been any revenues that ultimately, even though a comp ticket should be free, if we looked at the average ticket price, they were a little bit higher than what we would have expected. So there were questions that we had that were raised by that ratio of comp tickets and scan tickets for a few events. But I would say in general, what we saw for most events is that ratio made sense. Given the type of event, what we knew the popularity of the event would be, the number of tickets available, those sort of factors.
And moving on, the comparison between Board Member Jane, your question about we had just had KPMG present for the financial statement audit versus what JSL does in a future engagement as well. The KPMG does our annual financial statement audit for the Stadium Authority specifically. So I think you can kind of, equate that to, you're familiar with Mays & Associates, who does the citywide financial statement audit. And that's kind of a similar engagement. Their role is to look at the financial statements as a whole and to make sure that they present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the Stadium Authority. They do sample some non-NFL events as part of that. An audit samples things, and so to the extent that they have transactions that relate to non-NFL events, they look into those details, determine if the support is adequate. Often what they are doing is making sure that the sum of all the parts there equals the whole in that revenue or expense line item. So it's slightly different. And the work that JSL does is more direct to the non-NFL events by themselves. And moving on, I think, Ken, you're up. Treasurer Ken Lee. We had a question about the profits.
Before Ken, can I ask the audit manager just to give an order of magnitude, back to Councilmember Becker's question of what the current audit cost, knowing that a proposal for a future audit covering the next 3 fiscal years will have a scope difference, but just maybe an order of magnitude?
Mm-hmm. I believe the last section for these 3 years was in the $135,000 range. We'll have to double check that for sure, but yeah, ballpark.
Thank you. Director Lee, Stadium
Thank you,
Authority Director Lee.
Honorable Chair and board members.
Treasurer.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, Stadium Authority
your name is.
Treasurer Ken Lee. So a few questions I think from an operational standpoint want to respond to. So one question was around the non-NFL events revenue. Board Member Jane, you asked whether we received money in the general fund. So we did receive 4 years worth of performance rent. To the extent there were public safety costs in at least the first 3 years that exceeded the cap, we used discretionary funds to cover that. So based on the allowances and the credits within the agreements, we did get roughly in the magnitude half of that to the general fund, so around $2.5 million for the first 4 years of the operations. There were some questions around backup documentation and the financial management system, so I want to talk a little bit about that. And so the issue of source documentation, as you've heard from Tim, has been one that's lasted years. And so we've, over the years, as part of our sampling process at the end of the year, we do give feedback to the stadium manager with regards to those documentation. I know in the past I've seen some handwritten backup. And so over those years, we've given them feedback, and it has improved with regards to some of the documentation, the source documentation. We still do have some instances where there are self-generated invoices, but we are able to kind of talk through what those are and why. With regards to non-NFL events, especially in the financial management system, we're on a monthly review process now, so my finance team is able to look in there. It is a Great Plains system. I think you mentioned ACPAC, but it's a Great Plains system. It does have the functionality to include source documentation, so we have that, and for any future engagement, we would provide access to those documents if that's the direction to the board, to the consultant to look at. So over time, that has improved. I will say for non-NFL events, we have a lot of source documentation in the system. Some areas in the past, I just want to kind of walk through that issue over the years. For shared expenses, there were a lot of issues of confidentiality. So in those, with regards to documentation, we would have in-person meetings with the stadium managers to try and validate some of those costs, including sampling. And so we've started to get some of that documentation in the system. We still do back and forth with them with regards to some of those questions, and if needed, they provide supplemental information. And so I will say over the years it has improved, and we continue to have a forum where my staff ask questions and gathers documentation, either from the financial management system or from the staff. I think from a staff perspective, let me just make sure I covered everything. I think that was it. So turn it back to Audit Manager Nos.
Thank you. Let me see. I believe Ken addressed the documentation for the paper versus electronic as well. There's been a real effort to get everything digitized initially rather than paper. Tim, why did JS Held and why did Manco stop talking to you? Is the next step.
So according to the letter that I believe was dated September 1st of 2020, Manco asserted through counsel that JS Held was, I think they use the term as like a stalking horse, that essentially we were, or Trojan horse, that we were there to gain information that could be used for litigation purposes. And so that's why they indicated they were cutting off communication, because they didn't want to give any information to me that they felt could be useful in litigation or that the city would use to craft a case. So that was my understanding. It's only based upon the letter, so I had no other conversations with Manco or others to speculate about any other reasons they may have had.
Thank you. And, Board Member Hardy, question about, I guess, the firm type from JS Held and the substance of the report.
Yes, thank you for the questions, Councilmember Hardy. So I believe that the language that was used about an accounting firm was from when we were originally engaged. I was with an accounting firm, HSNO, that was then acquired by JS Held. So it became the forensic accounting function within JS Held, which is a consulting firm. But you're correct, HSNO was an accounting firm, JS Held is a consulting firm, not an accounting firm. And I think there was a question about the simplicity of the report. So we definitely take pains to have different layers of complexity. So within the presentation, for example, I would say that that's trying to boil things down to the essence, try to get across in simple terms what those findings are. I would say in between would be the report itself, which detailed the findings that we had and got into more depth about what procedures we performed, a little bit more about the findings. And then underneath that would be our actual work papers, and where all of the work is actually performed. We do try and take pains to make the reports and ultimately the presentation relatively simple and straightforward. We don't want to overly complicate something that doesn't need to be. We want to be able to get those findings across in a way that's easy to digest and read for conversation purposes. But there is plenty of additional work and support for that if council or any others would want to go through any of that additional complexity.
Thank you. Authority Member Back. Oh, go ahead. No, no.
I was just going to keep Tim going since he was up here.
So sorry.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. And Board Member Schall, back to your question about did we compare positive soccer games to negative ones? And did we analyze, review fixed costs that relate to those, and how did that play in?
Thank you for that question. Great question, and we did take a look at that. The two soccer matches that I selected for the purposes of the slide, we're trying to find two that were relatively close temporally, as well as with looking at who was involved in the match. So in this case, we were looking at matches that involved Mexico. One was versus Iceland, one was versus Paraguay. So those are very different teams that they were competing against, but we had the common denominator of having Mexico involved within the match, which can be a strong local draw. As far as fixed expenses, I think it's a great question. Unfortunately, it's not something that we had the luxury of discussing with Manco in terms of how those expenses were determined. I understand that there may have been an event or an incident at the earlier game that may have necessitated or may have resulted in increased cost for public safety and things like that in the subsequent match. So there certainly could be explanations for it, and that would be the information I'd want to gather by having the ability to talk through those with Manco. But certainly, it could be very valid. I would assume that a significant portion of those expenses are fixed, so it may just have not been possible. And so I do want to make sure that as we're showing results, not necessarily, and to the extent I may have portrayed somebody as maybe mismanaging expenses. I make no opinions about the management or mismanagement of expenses. I'm just showing the fact that we do have a decrease in revenue, with expenses slightly increasing would result in a fairly large swing in what the net results are. So thank you for that question.
Continue on. Treasurer Lee, I think maybe you would be best to answer the college football questions, or maybe Executive Director. The question related to why did we continue to have the college football games, and could we or could we have not gotten out of those?
Sure. I'll take that. Through the mayor, in response to that question, it's important to note that the current agreements that we have with our stadium management company does not allow the city to have that level of decision-making authority or discretion when they book non-NFL events. Whether that can be changed in the future or we would desire to do so should be discussed in a different forum.
Lastly, I think we had a question, Board Member Shahal, about the Ticketmaster reports and were revenues booked directly off of those. Did you notice?
Thank you. For the Ticketmaster reports, and I would say in general, for all of the documentation, whether or not it was considered a reliable support record for it, the numbers did match what had been reported. So the Ticketmaster reports did match to ultimately what was recorded. All of the other documentation that I would consider insufficient as a source, they did match to what was recorded. So we didn't note any variances that were material between the documentation provided, whether it was a reliable source or a source we would not consider reliable.
Is that it? Thank you. Authority Member Becker?
I have comments after public comment.
Is there anybody with any follow-up questions? I have a follow-up question. From the last report, the 2014 to 2017 report, I know there was a lot of issues that were identified in that report. In this report, did you talk about that at all? Were any of those cleared up, or are you still seeing the same type of situation you saw from that earlier report?
So we did see the same situation. So that was one thing we were very interested to see is, were there any differences? Were there any improvements in the type and quality of documentation? And it was largely the same documentation. When I say largely, I say that because I can't think of any measurable differences between the documentation from the first three to the second three. I don't want to speak in absolute terms, but in essence, it was the same quality of documentation from the first 3 years to the second 3 years. My understanding, this gets to another question that was asked about the new accounting system. I've not seen any of the new accounting system records, any of the documentation, but of course I've been involved in speaking with the audit committee and Director Lee, so I do understand that there has been improvement, and certainly I was excited to hear after we concluded our first report that this new accounting system was in the works, because it is something that appeared to be sorely needed. One issue that I mentioned within the report, but not within tonight's presentation, is how results are reported. That oftentimes revenues and expenses would be netted together as opposed to showing the gross revenue and then showing the expense, which would make it from a management perspective, from the council's perspective, from mayor's perspective of being able to ascertain what's really driving positive performance and negative performance. It's hard to know the way that the results were reported. My understanding is that much of that's been addressed. Again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that, but certainly hope so with the new system.
We will see. Thank you very much. All right. You have a follow-up question? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I understand right, I know we didn't get any corrective actions to be taken, and the report I got basically is, okay, this is the report, this is what we analyzed, and we didn't get the documentation, and we cannot say whether this is, the figures are wrong or right, basically. That's what you're saying. So my question is, if we have to do this thing again for other years, do you think that scope of work that comes to the staff, like, hey, if we keep doing this thing for last 6 years with the same issue that we are not getting the documents, like there's no result coming out of it. You told, okay, I didn't get the document, but the numbers, I can't say numbers are wrong or right. We pay $135,000 to you. You made a report, good for you, but we don't have any corrective action other than what major corrective action I can see in this report, that we should have a proper documentation and we should be looking at those basically. So my suggestion is, what would be the sum of the ground rule scope if you are hired again to do this thing? I'm saying if, as a consulting firm, as an accounting firm, if you are given this job again, what would be the requirements you will ask staff to coordinate with Manco? Hey, this is what we need. This is what A, B, C, D. These are 4 things we need, which will make our report to be very fundamentally good in a way that can help us to take some corrective actions and help us to do some deep digging, really finding out that, yes, what were the issues, why this thing happened, and why these things should be not happen in the future. I need that.
Did you want to? No, go ahead. And thank you for that question. It's a very important question, and I completely agree. I think from my perspective, it's very frustrating to have an assignment and to have a result which is saying, we can't tell based on the documentation, to take all the time to go through those records, ask the questions, not have the ability to speak with those who have created the records, and ultimately, what happened, to give a little bit of the timeline that I talked about there. In September 2020, when that letter was received, it was, again, very frustrating because we wanted to be able to complete this work. We wanted to be able to issue our results after that point. And of course, we knew without the cooperation of Manco, we would not be able to do that. They were the ones that had the source records and knew about how entries were made, why they were made. The staff was involved in doing that. So in talking with the audit team, the internal team, said, we've done all this work. I feel I need to issue a report because I don't just want to do all this work and just say, oh, let's walk away and say that there's nothing we can report on. So my report is that the documentation's not sufficient. That's ultimately the conclusion that we have. Part of my hope from that was that Manco would come around and work with us to complete the first 3 years. It was really my focus. I wanted to be able to issue the report, say based on what we have right now, we can't tell, but we had a good working relationship. I mentioned that in the first report, and I wanted to be able to restart that relationship and finish that task. Ultimately, that didn't happen. We moved on to the next 3 years, and I think it was kind of two goals that I had. One is that, again, we'd be able to restart that communication with Manco, and we'd be able to get the support that we needed in order to finish that report. The other hope was that the documentation would be better. And so maybe we wouldn't need to have those communications if they continue to not communicate because the documentation would be sufficient. And unfortunately, after reviewing all of the records, we came to the same conclusion that we had with the first report, and we didn't get the cooperation that we were hoping for. So it is the same. And I understand you're frustrated, I'm frustrated with it, not the result we wanted to deliver. It's not something I'm used to doing with the report, is saying, here's what our results are, is that we can't say whether or not they're accurate. So if there was a third engagement with this, I would want there to be ground rules saying that we need to have complete access to those records. And we need to be able to, within boundaries, I get that people are busy at Stadco and Manco, but we would want to be able to have defined terms of what that access would be to actually work with the team, to meet with them, to look at the system. If there are, I think that there's less of this issue now because of the new accounting system, but there were shared expenses, shared bookings of things that they felt would require me to dive into too much of the 49ers finances, and they wanted to be able to protect that, and I understand that from their perspective. But with the new accounting system, I would hope I'd be able to have access to the system, at least within defined parameters of when that access would occur, for how long, what we would be able to look at to verify entries and the underlying support, and again, have access to their teams and all of the documentation. So I think those would be the ground rules. I would agree with you that what I wouldn't want to do is to be re-engaged and come back with the same answer that we're not able to tell again. It doesn't do. I think it was useful for the first 3 years, And I think it was useful for the second 3 years to say that this is how things were and this is how things continue to be. So I do think that there's value to that. But I would want that conclusion to then spur action, like you're getting to, okay, then what do we do to make sure it's not like this? The accounting system getting in place, I think, from what I hear, is a huge step in that direction to get those accurate results. From my discussions with Director Lee, it sounds as if the communication between the Manco accounting staff and the city is better. They're getting provided the information in a more timely manner, and it's better documentation. So it could be that if we were re-engaged, we would have the records there, and we would have the communications between Manco and the city staff that's already occurred. But it's also possible that we wouldn't, and so I would be hesitant to step into that without knowing that we would have access to those records. And I will also step back. I think you had asked a question about paper records before that might not have been addressed. That was one issue, is that many of the documentations were kept in boxes. And I recall Manco hiring temp employees to come in to pull boxes out of storage and sort through all of those paper records to pull together some of the source records for one of the events that we had sampled. So that was an issue in the first 3 years, was paper records as opposed to having digitized records.
Thank you. Authority Member Jane?
Madam Mayor, can I have a follow-up on that? So what I would like, whether we go for next 3 years or not, as being asked over here, I want a conclusion report, the way you mentioned right now, that, hey, we want this thing. I want, in addition to the report you submitted to us, basically, we want that in writing from you, that if we engage in future, we want these things to be performed in collaboration with the staff as well as Manco. So that we can talk to staff and find out where we are, and then we can decide about what we need to do that. Would you be able to do that?
Yes, I was just going to say, to add on to what Tim said, and like you just pointed out, Board Member Shaw, is we would, if it's desired to engage with them to do the next 3 years, the scope can definitely change. The way it sits now is we do have an active contract with JS Held, but what if the direction is to do this engagement, we would then have to do an amendment to that contract to describe the new project, and it would have a very clear scope with deliverables, and then of course, an estimated cost there. So that is something we would take into consideration, and we would be bringing that back in front of you before that engagement began for your approval.
Yeah, so I don't want to go to the next step of going into the contract, basically, but I want to learn from what happened in last 2 reports, basically. So if we had these additional scope of work, if we had these additional help from the staff, help from the Manco, this report would have been good. So that if the staff or the board decides to go for another 3 months, we know another 3 years, we know, okay, we need to make sure these things happen before we even get an RFQ into the public. We want to make sure that these things, the staff works on those things, that these are deliverables, practically possible, so that then we can come up with whether we want to go for it or not.
Yeah, we can definitely do some background there and have some discussions to make sure that the scope is designed to accomplish those.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think the issue is with our JS Held or our staff. The issue is with Manco cooperating. So they need to be, strongly encouraged to cooperate, because I would like to see the real report from the first and second 3 years. I'd like to see those reports finished. So that's going to be the issue, is Manco's cooperation. Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, I'm hoping you can confirm the timeline. So the first report covered the years 2015, 2016, and 2017. But that report was not issued until November of 2020, which was basically after the 3 years of this report that you're covering, because this report covers 2018, 2019, and 2020. So the report that we're reading now covers a time period that was analyzed essentially after or before your first report in November of 2020 was issued. So any recommendations that you had would not have been applied to the 3 years covered in this report. And now that we do have these recommendations, when we analyze the years 2021, 22, and 23, all of those recommendations should have reached the ears of Manco, you might say, and hopefully they have made changes. We know that there's an FMS. And then I think you said that the September 2020 letter from Manco said that basically you were trying to get information that would be useful for the litigation. That's what they were accusing. And so now that we have a settlement, this might be David's response or Director Lee's response. Now that we have a settlement, is that argument moot?
Let's toss that question to the city attorney or board counsel.
Thank you, Mayor. Member Jane. I, of course, was not involved in the original, exchange and interactions, that led to this issue and the frustration. And I don't believe the recent settlement in arbitration addressed, the issue directly. And the mayor's right, we're talking about two separate issues here, right? The contract design and our relationship, with JSL is certainly solvable, and we can design that in the way that Member Jahal described. The real issue is, are we going to be able to get cooperation from Manco, and how we go about doing that? I believe we can and should do better going forward. I'm listening with you, to this, and appreciating the delta between what we should have, and what we're getting, and the challenges that creates for producing the right report. But if we hire JSL or whoever we hire, we would certainly work with them to identify, as has been described, the additional information that we need to give the reports, that are appropriate. And it seems like the litigation issue is solvable, and with potentially new players, and an improved relationship, even if that particular matter hasn't been resolved. I think the rights under our existing agreement, combined with that improved relationship, ought to put us in a better place. And so we're hearing your interest, in doing that. We're hearing JSL describe, potentially their ability to identify what we would need. Our office would certainly work with the city manager in order to both design a contract, that makes sense, and design it in a way that it's clear what information we need from Manco in order to produce the appropriate reports. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question. So if in putting together a scope of work going forward, would you, as part of the consideration, talk to Manco to make sure that they're going to cooperate before the council takes a position whether or not to go for another 3 years?
Yes, it would be prudent to discuss that with them and gain a representation from them that they would participate in it. I think that would be the first priority, and then we could design a scope surrounding the information there. In addition to the fact that the FMS is live now, for at least the last year of this engagement, we could have a scope based on what should already be there. So we wouldn't need to rely on them as much. But you're correct, we would want to engage them, discuss the fact that we're planning on doing a further engagement, and seek their representation that they would be involved.
What if they said no? I'm just curious.
We would
They have not cooperated in the past, so what if they said no?
We would report that back to the board.
Thank you. I remind everyone it's a publicly owned stadium, just in case you didn't know. All right. I'm going to go to member of the public. If anybody here would like to speak, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the council, Mayor Gilmore.
Could you speak right in? Thank you, so people at home can hear you. Thank you.
I've found this very interesting. My name is John Haggerty, resident for about 20 years. Sounds like things might be on the mend, but they're not on the mend. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Manco isn't here. They're our partner in the running of the stadium, but they're not here. So there does seem to be a certain distance. What I would propose is that when you're drafting your documents as to retaining JS Held for future use, that you also give them the power, should it become necessary for the city to issue municipal deposition subpoenas to Manco to produce the witnesses and documents that will give us the proper paperwork rather than the derivative paperwork, that JS Held could help City Attorney's Office draft the subpoena as to the specific types of documents so that there will be no wiggle room should we need to go to that venue. Because at the moment, it almost sounds like Manco is going to have a veto over who we have as our auditor. I don't think that's proper. So if it does come to the point where we need to issue a deposition subpoena, I think it'd be very good to get the professional advice of JS Held as to what type of documents we might seek in that deposition subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you. We have someone online, and it's knocked me out of this one. And you have the name? I can't get it for some reason.
Edward Strine.
Edward?
Yeah, can you hear me? This is Edward.
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, just wanted to say that it seems like they're trying to force your hand to go to court to settle this issue. It's a shame that that has to be done, and they don't want to be transparent about it. It, of course, means, I guess, more money for the city to pay for attorney fees and that type of thing. But I was wondering, now, is that something where maybe something could be settled to where the city could operate the stadium, and instead of the Niners, maybe they had more power to do that, to choose the management team, that type of thing, so this can't happen in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. Do we have any other member of the public that wants to speak? I don't see any. All right, Executive Director.
Thank you, Board Chair and members of the board. I want to make some concluding comments before the board takes a vote. First, if we back up a little bit, we've been talking about Manco a lot, and I know we all know what Manco is, but it's probably just worth stating and putting on the record that Manco is the 49ers Stadium Management Company. They're the company that manages the publicly owned stadium on behalf of the Stadium Authority, and we also contract with them to administer and book non-NFL events. Also important to note that this report is being brought to you by the city's audit manager. There is a firewall between staff and the audit team, and so know that this report and this recommendation is not coming from me as executive director, and the recommendation to extend the investigation of non-NFL events from 20 to include 21, 22, and 3, while it's not being made by staff, know that we do not oppose it, and in fact, I support it. I think that you have an instance where a review was conducted for 15, 16, and 17, albeit the report was published in 20, and that a subsequent review was conducted for 18, 19, and 20. There were some issues raised. Clearly, the team felt that there was insufficient documentation provided. And so now you have your audit team recommending that you continue the investigation for the next 3 fiscal years in the sequence to cover 20, 22, and 23. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that the chief financial officer of Manco, as well as the executive vice president and general manager, has changed since this work was conducted. And as you heard from your finance staff, that a new financial management system has been put in place, and there is a better relationship. And so I don't know that you will have the exact same occurrence that you had happen that was mentioned by J.S. Hill, where there was a reluctance to provide information. Maybe that will happen. I will be surprised if that does happen because of the positive working relationship that I think is building. However, if it does, I know that the audit team and J.S. Hill, if they're the vendor you select, will report back to the board expeditiously. So I just wanted to state that for the record and let you know that while as executive director, it's not my recommendation, but I do not oppose it, and in fact, I support it.
Thank you for that, and maybe the good working relationship will allow us to go back from the beginning and get the required documents, source documents that they need to finish all the reports. All right, Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you guys for the report and all the work that you guys did. I mean, Councilmember Hardy, I think, kind of hit a lot of the nails on the head. I actually agree with her. A lot of these issues actually started, I mean, you started seeing all the declines in 2016, 17, 18. I mean, this is during a prior council administration. This is during a prior administration that was running the city. So there was a lot of concerns that were going on there. I know what we've gotten. I know the details. I know that Manco probably will not cooperate, as the mayor has said and many others have said. They have not cooperated, and we are right now in litigation, which we have been advised not to get into details about litigation. So I see, you know, kind of the writing on the wall and seeing how things are. I'm going to make a recommendation to accept the report on the Santa Clara Stadium Authority's non-NFL events for fiscal years 2018, 19, and 20 by J.S. Held, and not authorize an additional engagement for analysts and allies the non-NFL events for the fiscal years of 21, 22, and 23.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, and you're up, Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. I think where we're at right now, we need to accept the report and look at some realities. And I read the report. I wish I felt like I knew a lot more now than I did before, but I don't. And that's my concern. I want to make certain before we re-up for another situation that we would get a report that would be useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I stated before, I serve on the audit committee, and so I was privy to the information that was presented tonight. And in that meeting, and you know, I expressed my concern about the fact that has been talked about here tonight, that there's a lot of documentation that is missing, and so we do not have a sufficient report as a result of Manco not providing the information that was necessary by J.S. Held in order to complete their report. So, and I am not going to support this motion, and it has nothing to do with our staff or J.S. Held. You tried to do your job that you were, you know, hired to do, and so as a result, and even going forward, I would say yes, you do need to have that opportunity to complete the report, and hoping that this documentation is going to be available as a result of this new financial system. So I am not supporting the motion, and again, please understand it has nothing to do with you, but everything to do with Manco not providing you the information you needed. Thank you.
Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would request if maker of motion can have one suggestion. As I was talking about, I'm not opposed to going for audit for 21, 22, 23. But the ground rules for that has to be set up, because if we do the current one, we are not landing it. It's not productive. We are just sort of we are not getting the best buck out of the money. So I would leave it to, as of today, I can agree, we are not agreeing to that, but I would say staff should work with all the parties and come up with the scope of work, and then they can present it, aka this is the exact scope of work and these are the exact parameter we will work under, and then they can bring forward that, and at that stage, we can make a decision whether we want to go for next 3 years audit or not. That's my request.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. I'm going to kindly decline your request, only because that, I feel that we're going to be putting money down a drain, that we're going to get the answers back, but we're going to be in 3 years saying, guess what, we couldn't get all the documentation. We're probably going to get a rerun of this in about 3 years. So I kindly decline that.
Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed that we're not getting the documentation from Manco. I firmly believe that we need to continue audits. We need to keep beating on them to provide us with financial transparency. So I will not be supporting this motion as presented.
Thank you. Authority Vice Chair Park.
Yeah, I'm listening to everything. I got a lot of questions as well, but I realize that some of the questions I have, you may not have answers to because you don't have all the information. As someone who's worked, has looked at ledgers, has looked at journal entries for the purpose of accounting, don't think it's as simple as a lot of people think. Otherwise, everyone would do their own accounting, in my opinion. And I would strongly suggest, as someone who chairs the audit committee, it'd be kind of remiss if I didn't suggest that we didn't continue audits like this. First of all, I believe in it. Second of all, I think that this is kind of the duty of the city to provide these kinds of reports, not just to the council, but also to the public. I do like Member Chahal's request to come up with a statement of work of what the conditions under which another audit could take place, and get some agreements up front that we would have this, so that if there is a break in the agreement, then we could stop the audit, we could raise some flags and take additional actions. But to say that we don't want to do any kind of audit at this time without the ability to clarify or to set that statement of work, I don't know if I can support that at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion. We heard very clearly that the Manco, the 49er Management Company, did not provide the source documents for JS Held to do their work. So we should all be very concerned about that, and our public should be very concerned about that. This is a publicly owned stadium. And when you have your managers not giving source documents to the owners of the stadium and making them transparent to the public, what are they hiding? So I think this motion lets them off the hook to not provide any source documents now, in the past, or in the future. And what are you telling our public? Yeah, I will not be supporting this motion. All right, City Clerk.
Mayor, I'd like to amend my motion. I'd like to amend my motion to include what Councilmember Park and Councilmember Chahal had said.
Which is what?
Which is basically to reach out to staff and figure this out in a detailed report. Although I do disagree with it, I do think that we are going to be in the same situation we are in 3 years. But seeing that we're getting a little bit of gaslit up here tonight, I'm making the motion to adapt to that.
Okay, could you please clarify what that motion is?
Sure, the motion was to accept the report and not authorize additional engagement until we hear back from staff per if Councilmember Chahal or Councilmember Park can fill in the blanks.
Could you tell him what his motion is? Councilmember Chahal.
No, he's asking me what my request was, basically.
Because I don't want to get it wrong.
Yes, so that he can add that to the motion and make it. So Councilman Becker is right that he's saying he's not denying that we should not have an audit, but we are open to an audit subject to staff discussing the hurdles we faced and designing a new scope of work so that the new audit we need should be a productive audit so that we have some results from that, basically. And that's the reason I asked JS Held to send a supplementary letter, what would they require if they want such type of audits to be successful in the future, so that we have some productivity, we have some corrective actions to be taken up. So that's what I'm asking staff to get those details, and then come back with a request that these are the conditions, these are the scope of work, and we are ready to go for an audit, and then the council can decide about it.
So basically,
Okay, hold on. I'm going to ask our executive director to weigh in on that.
Thank you. Just want to say that if that is the motion, I am completely willing to support that. I just want to clarify for the record that what I will do is I will support the auditor's office in developing the scope of work, but I will then step out of the process because I take that responsibility very seriously, that there's a firewall. And so happy to support or have any conversations around the scope of work. But once the audit office starts the actual audit, we'll have no part aside from providing documents or supporting the audit, but not driving the audit.
Yeah, and audit office, I think, got it what we are talking about, basically.
Could I ask a clarification to Authority Member Chahal? Does that scope of work including compelling Manco to cooperate? Because that's the thing I'm concerned about. That's the only thing, wait, it's just, let me finish. That's the only thing that stopped the last audit. So is that included in your motion to get Manco to cooperate with our auditors?
Everything is on the table.
Is that a yes?
Yes, of course. That's what I'm saying. Everything is on the table.
Would you please put that in your motion so I can support it?
I'm saying that.
Okay.
That everything is on the table, and we want this type of audit to be successful and productive and have some corrective actions from it, not note and file and done with it.
Agreed.
No, we want some corrective action. If something is wrong, how to fix those? And we can only fix those things when we have all the information what we need, basically. And that's my request to the audit, Mr. David Noyes, that you heard us and you know what we want, basically, and that's what I want, that if you come back with the report that, okay, we are ready to do this audit, and these are the fundamental we need Hartford, and that's what I want from that.
Understood. I was to acknowledge that.
Can we put a timeline on that too? When so this doesn't go out forever? Like roughly, what would you think it would take to come back to us?
Well, let's...
Just approximately?
I would say we are going to have trying to schedule a couple more audit committee meetings before the end of the year. So I believe we should be able to have something, at least an answer of they will or will not participate, and here's a proposed scope by December.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to point out, and thank you, Executive Director, for helping, to explain the firewall. And I think, as the auditor's office is relatively new again, because it was not staffed for a while, and then COVID had us all at a stop. We are endeavoring to make sure everyone is aware that we are independent of city staff and operations, which is absolutely the proper way to do it. So in regards to this topic, I will be creating a scope, getting input from not only Manco, also JS Held, and then also I think I'll work with the city attorney to determine the best way for us to get a representation that is binding from Manco in order to participate.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
City Clerk?
So clarification. So that basically, as Councilmember Chahal was alluding to, it's basically the scope of cost cooperation. That's basically what we're looking at here. And then my question is, if this, let's say that you guys try to work it out, and Manco just says, no, we're not going to do this, we're not going to play the game. Is this authority in this motion basically is if they don't want to cooperate, I mean...
They will come back to us.
It'll come back? Okay.
He just said that after they determine, they will come back to the Stadium Authority Board.
That's fine.
So
With the
then we
scope,
can make decisions at that
And then
point.
we can make a decision.
Yeah, because I know the history of this, and I just really want to save us a lot of time and money, so thank you.
We know. Okay.
Mayor,
Is that all right with the second?
Mayor, my hand is raised.
Yes, I'm coming to you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Authority Member Watanabe.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was going to add, or make a request that this motion be bifurcated because based on the initial motion, there were, from what I heard, there were 5 people that were not willing to accept the report only because the documentation is not sufficient. However, what I'm hearing now is that the second part, the amendment that this board is willing to accept. So I'm concerned that we have two different issues, and I'm asking if we can separate the two, because I have a feeling, my feeling is I would not support this motion because I do not accept the report. And as I said, it sounded like the majority of this council was not accepting it either.
I think the motion was to accept the report. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was to accept the report.
And I don't want to.
You don't want to accept the report.
But I feel differently about the first part and the second part of this motion. That's why I'm asking for a bifurcation.
City Executive Director.
Yeah. Thank you, Board Member Watanabe. I think the key distinction is the first part of the motion was accepting the report, which would essentially be closing out the work that was done for the prior years of 18, 19, and 20. And then the second part was to obtain agreement on how the work would be done for 2021, for 21, 22, and 23. And so what I hear being asked is that you take those separately, because closing out the report would close out the work that was done for those 3 years. But there were some members of the board that wanted additional work to be done to obtain documents that were not obtained initially.
Oh, I did, so maybe maybe we do want it bifurcated, because if we note and file, that closes out the work completely. No, because it's not finished. So, okay. Can we bifurcate the motions then? The motion?
Madam Mayor, yeah, up to the maker of the motion.
I mean, if the mayor feels comfortable with that, that's fine. Let's just split the motion.
So the first part of the motion is to
accept the report on the Santa Clara Authority's non-NFL events for fiscal years 18, 19, and 20 by JS Held LLC.
All right, I'll not be supporting that motion because it's not complete, because Manco didn't cooperate and provide the necessary documentation. Yeah, go ahead. Quickly.
City Attorney. So what happens if we don't accept this note and file report? And what are the tools available to us?
Yeah, and I actually leaned over to request, to ask the city manager his thought on that, and I may turn over to Ken Lee or the auditor to explain kind of the consequences of having a unresolved, audit report hanging out for any further time.
Nobody knows.
That's a new one for me as well.
Yeah, we just want it finished.
Yeah, I think something to consider is we could always add to the scope of the new project, not only these 3 years, but also allocate a portion of time to go back and review these other. We accepted the first 3 years. These next 3 years are before us. We could add to the scope that we would like some time to go back and look through those, see if we could resolve some of these issues that they simply did not address. So that could be part of the scope, unless you object, Tim.
And I mentioned too, within our work papers for the first 3 years as well as the subsequent 3 years, we have listed out every line item that ties to some documentation that was provided and what the type of record was. We have the backup record organized. We have our determination of whether it was sufficient or not. So it makes for a very easy thing that we could even just turn over to Manco and say, here are our work papers that say what's not sufficient, and put the work onto them to pull the records to address everything we've said is not supported. So there could be ways to streamline those areas if needed.
And Mayor, if I can supplement that, seems like you have 3 options, and seems like option 1 is to accept the report that's in front of you and close it out. Option 2 is to not close it out, but ask that that report be completed. Option 3 is to not accept the report, but ask that that report, as well as the recommendations for the first 3 years, 15, 16, and 17, be evaluated as a part of a subsequent report. And so I know that sounds complicated, but I would suggest that you come to resolution on this versus leave it open without direction to staff. And again, I think that the first item, because there was a decision to bifurcate, is whether you accept the report that's in front of you in one of those three fashions that are articulated. And then the next decision is the next 3 years for 21, 22, 23.
Thank you, because I'd like the report to be completed from 15 through 20, because sounds like there's documentation from 6 years that he said could easily be given to Manco to complete. All right.
So if that was my question, Mayor. So if I accept Mr. David's recommendation that we can accept the report, and when they come back, they will have suggestions to deal with the past reports also, and we can look at that in a collective fashion at that time, right?
Yes, under what you're saying, we would report back with a scope that included a look back over the previous 6 years.
Right, okay. So that way we can accept it and then.
I'm not certain that'll happen, so I'm still not going to support it. Because I want it to be certain tonight that will happen.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just to clarify that, if you move to accept the report, that wouldn't be consistent with an action to accept the report. Mm-hmm.
So I won't support it. All right, Councilmember, that's it. So the first part of the motion is accept the report. Please register your vote. And that passes 4-3. And the second part of the motion is, how about Michelle?
The second motion I have is do not authorize additional engagement to analyze non-NFL events for fiscal years ending 21, 22, and 23 until the auditor's office designs a new scope of work and requires cooperation from Manco.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I might offer a small modification to that. The auditor really can't require, Manco to provide the information, so I guess the modification would be
To find out if they're going to cooperate.
yeah, to design a new scope of work for a better form of audit going forward with adequate information, including working with Manco to obtain the necessary information.
And the cost. Thank you for clarifying that.
Just to point out if that motion covers, as I'm trying to catch up, just a point of operation, the auditor's office reports directly to the board via the audit committee. So the auditor's office does not come up with projects on their own without seeking approval through the committee first. So anything that we do related to this motion would come back to the committee with what you said, the scope, any kind of commitment from them in a binding way would be included in that project that we would put in the work plan to present to the audit committee.
So you're saying that our recommendation doesn't come directly to you, it goes to the audit committee? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is any future work that we do, like if we don't come back until the auditor's office designs a new scope, what I'm just trying to be clear about is we can design a scope with all the parameters that we've talked about and then seek, first it goes to the audit committee to be approved as part of the audit plan, which then comes to the full board.
And at what point are you talking to Manco?
As soon as we
Tomorrow?
have direction, yeah, we can. And it's new in this way, so I would get with the city attorney and figure out a method of communication that could be, result in a binding commitment.
And Madam Mayor, if I might, how I'm interpreting this from the maker of the motion and the second, and what I feel like is at least some level of consensus, is there's no desire to proceed with any audit work until there's assurances that the information that's necessary to complete the audit in a form, that's satisfactory to the auditor and the auditor committee has been secured.
So as Manco is watching this right now, they can know that that they have total control over whether or not any audit is conducted. Because based upon what you said just now, was that you're saying
that's not at all my intent
the
there?
direction is if they don't agree, then there'd be no audit at all.
No, it's that we wouldn't proceed with the audit work without their commitment to obtain the information, because my understanding of the consensus is that wouldn't be an audit that you would find acceptable. So my intent is not to empower Manco in that regard. It's to indicate to you that the work wouldn't proceed until the information that would make the report valuable was secured.
All right. Authority member Chahal, or is that old? Authority member Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So just based on the previous motion and the way that this is structured, the years 2015 through 2020, there will be no follow-up based on the action that was taken, that is being taken. There will be no complete report, the way I'm understanding this. With this motion, exactly, because the previous motion failed.
The approval of the existing report stands by itself. We, as part of the scope of any new work that we propose for your approval, could be the scope of going back, looking at the previous years, and attempt to fill in the gaps of the information that was missing. So we could add that into the scope of a new engagement. It doesn't mean that these 6 years can never be looked again, case closed.
It just should be in the motion, though.
Yes, correct. Those years should be included in this motion.
All right, Authority member Jane.
Yeah, I don't think that a discussion with Manco and their, let's say, denial to cooperate would preclude us from continuing with an audit. We would still learn something by going through the FMS and finding out what's missing. I don't think that this motion precludes going forward with an audit. It would be less valuable, certainly, if we didn't get the documentation. And I would be disappointed, but I don't think it precludes that.
Authority member Park.
Yeah, I agree with Member Jane, which is a new audit, whether Manco is supportive of or not, would actually tell us what we do not know. I think that is valuable. The audit is not just for this is what we validated, but this is what could not be validated. And again, I think that's a useful piece of information. That said, my question, I think that my previous vote was based on the city attorney or the stadium authority, council, on accepting the report would close out the previous scope of work. And that being the case, it just seems to me it'd be a lot harder to create an audit for the past years again. But as was brought up several times, we've learned a lot about what we don't have. We learned a lot about what we'd like to have. We learned a lot about what we require. And I think this motion captures that idea, which is for any new audit, I mean, the coming audit for years 21, 22, and 23 specifically, but for any new audit, come up with a scope of work which, lays down what we need to do this work. It will be published. We will vote on that so we know exactly what we need. And if we don't get that, then, it'll be, writing on the wall for the next council or whoever else makes this. But, I also hear that lots of things have changed, both within Manco. The relationship has changed. They've changed out lots of people. We have a new system in place. again, I'd like to see what we can do, or at least what we think we can do with these changes that are in place and with what we know, with the struggles that we've had in the last couple of years, saying this is what we require to fix those. I think this is a good motion. I will be supporting this.
Thank you. I'm not going to be supporting the motion because I want the audit reports completed from 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, and then going into 21, 22, and 23. Without source documents, we don't have anything. We just don't. And it's a publicly owned stadium, and the fact that they're not providing them is concerning, and we should all be concerned. I've said enough about that. So question, please. Call for the question. Authority Member Park.
I'd like a clarification, meaning this motion is simply for a new audit for the years 2021, 2022, 2023, right? And I think that with the previous motion that passed, it is right that this would be the scope of work ahead of us. I don't think there's anything that precludes us from having a different report, but the report that is being asked for by the chair is not the motion in front of us, and the motion in front of us does make sense. So,
as I explained earlier, I'd like to see it in the motion, and it's not.
Understood. This is a different thing, though.
Okay, we're done with this for now. Everybody vote, unless you have something new to say.
What you are saying doesn't seem to be correct.
Okay,
Because Mr. David knows, he has
No,
confirmed.
excuse me. I know what I'm saying. You don't have to correct me, so
No, but I'm
call for
saying
the question,
he did mention that we will be looking into past reports.
And excuse
that's
me,
what the part of
Authority
the
Member
motion.
Chahal, Authority Member Park, I said I wanted it in the motion at least 3 times. So let me say it for the 4th time. I would like all those years from 15 through 23 in the motion. This is my 4th time I've said it.
And that's
All
in the
right,
motion
so I'm
when Mr.
calling
David
for the
Mo-
question.
And that's in the motion.
Excuse me, stop. I'm calling for the question.
I just would like to note the motion again. Do not authorize additional engagement to analyze non-NFL events for fiscal years ending 21, 22, and 23 until the auditor's office designs a new scope of work, costs, and works with Manco to obtain necessary documents to complete the report.
Thank you. Please register your vote. And that passes 5-2. All right, our next item we have is, thank you very much for that. Our next item is, accept the report of the analysis of past stadium construction fund and public safety transactions conducted by JS Held, LLC. Executive Director.
It's still evening. Good evening, board, members of the public, both in the room and at home. Javon Grogan, Executive Director. The item that is before you is a project that was approved by the board to conduct an analysis of construction fund monies that were used for public safety costs at the time the stadium was under construction. The analysis was commissioned in response to a recommendation from a Harvey Rose audit. Again, here to present the results of the analysis are Audit Manager David Nose and Tim Gillihan from JS Held. I'll turn it over to David and Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director. Once again, pleasure to be in front of you to present this item. This is something, as the Executive Director mentioned, came out of the Harvey Rose report. I believe it was initially started to get worked on under the previous city auditor. And at some point, that person transitioned back into an operations role in the finance department. So the office was vacant for a while. And then we had COVID. And so when we started the auditor's office up again, and I assumed that role, we kicked this back up again and started the work. And as we said, it was really generated by the board as part of a recommendation, hoping to clear up a recommendation from the Harvey Rose audit. And It really was to look at the stadium construction fund monies that were spent on public safety costs as the stadium was being constructed. There were, police, fire. There was also development staff costs involved in there. And in order to really look at that and get down to verifying the amount that Harvey Rose had calculated and put in their report, we engaged J.S. Held to look into that again, verify that everything they had came to be true, and see if there was any additional costs that maybe were missed, or if maybe that number was off in some way. So Tim and his firm did that work, and they went back and looked at, there weren't, allocations associated. His firm went back and looked at the work and traced back to actual source documents, like even timesheets. So he'll explain a little bit more about that. I'll turn it over to Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Mayor and Council again. And I believe there is another presentation loading. So as David mentioned, we did take a look back at source records, in this case looking at a starting point of a database of essentially a data dump of all of the public safety costs that were expended during a certain period of time, a time during which the stadium had not yet opened for the most part. And we were specifically looking back to the Harvey Rose findings as our starting point with this. What we show on this table, if you look in the bottom right in the Harvey Rose report, they had noted $894,228 of public safety costs, and that mostly consists of police and fire. And these were costs that were paid for, according to the Harvey Rose report, out of the construction or out of the development fund. What we found when looking through the source records was that there were actually $971,917 of total public safety costs within this period, but Harvey Rose had included $58,661 of safety costs that had in fact been paid out of the operating fund, not out of the development fund. We also had a different date range that we looked at that was different from what Harvey Rose had looked at. Their starting point was a little bit later than ours, so if we pulled the clock back a little bit, we found $83,214 of additional construction fund monies that were used for public safety costs. And then we found $5,500 of costs that were not included within the Harvey Rose report, but were within their scope of their time scope that they had used, but they had an issue with the date cutoff. And so we added an additional $5,500 of public safety costs paid from construction funds. So this table summarizes and reconciles from the Harvey Rose report to our findings what those actual public safety costs were that were paid for out of the construction fund. So again, to recap, the actual public safety costs paid from the construction fund was $913,256, which compares to the Harvey Rose of $894,228, and there were adjustments that went in both directions to get to the figure that we ultimately concluded. The tasks performed here, like I mentioned, we started with the Harvey Rose findings to understand what they had concluded, what they had found. We then asked, working with the city, got a data dump of all of the public safety costs during this period of time. And it looked at things like what were the hours that were worked, what department was this coming from, police or fire, what were the titles, what were the pay rates, overhead and benefits associated with that, so we're able to tick and tie all of those amounts. And then we went back to the actual source records to verify that that data dump was correct in looking at payroll reports, looking at the invoices that were submitted for reimbursement in order to tick and tie all of that out. So again, having all the source records to be able to tie it out was very helpful, and then we summarized those findings and reconciled it to the Harvey Rose report. So short and sweet, and look forward to hearing any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Authority Member Jane.
Two questions. One is, what do the management and lease agreements say for where the public safety costs can come from? It sounds like some are coming from construction, some are coming from operating. Is that according to the agreements that you can just pull it from wherever you want, or how do you decide where to get the money from? And then when you do have a discrepancy at the end, where does the the difference come from? Does that come from general fund, or how do we make up any differences?
All right, any other questions? Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the same question, like, if it came from the construction fund, where exactly should have come from? Like, and if something was wrong, what is the remedial action we can take?
So, Authority Member Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the report. Looking at on slide 2, summary of findings, and when I look at the reconciliation to the Harvey Rose report, I mean, we've got about almost 10% differences from the original numbers. And there's this $1 difference in the outside scope date cutoff number. I think that's just due to rounding or something. I don't know if you copy and pasted this. But I mean, what does that say? What do the differences that you found, what do they say about the original report? I mean, do you think that report was done well? Do you think that these were justifiable, reasonable omissions? Or could we have looked at these numbers or looked at the data a little bit more closely to get this without requiring a second audit? Thank you.
Thank you. So I've been waiting 6 years for this answer. I was on the Stadium Authority Ad Hoc Committee, and when the auditor showed that the construction fund paid for public safety costs, which I can probably say shouldn't have happened, many people said that that wasn't true, that it didn't happen. So I'm glad to see we finally got to the bottom of it after all these years. But the construction fund was then converted to the development loan on the stadium, so certainly stadium public safety costs shouldn't be included in there. But my question is, now that we've determined that they were included in the construction fund, are they going to be then allocated to the year that they were accrued? So for instance, public safety costs for year one, I think our cap was like $1.7 million, but then we had now all of these public safety costs that were paid by the construction fund for some reason. Are we now going to allocate it back to the year it should have been measured, like 2014, 15, or 15, 16, so that we can get, since we're going to have discussions about this, an accurate count of what the public safety costs actually were from year one to where we are right now. And secondly, it seems really wrong that those public safety costs were paid with construction fund monies. So tell me how that happened, why it happened, and whether or not we should be concerned about it. I know that one part of the audit was that the fire department was also using general fund money on the stadium for operations. They themselves went through the department and corrected that, and that part of that was corrected, but this part with the with the police costs were different. So that's my question. I'm sorry it was kind of long. Did we reallocate it to where it should have been in the first place, and how did it happen? And that's paying costs from a fund we shouldn't have paid them from. All right, and I think those are the only questions. That's it. Nobody wants to answer these. Ken, you win.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, Stadium Authority Board. I think most of the questions are operational, so I'm going to answer it from my treasurer perspective. And I do want to disclaim that a lot of these activities happened before my time, so I'm going to do my best to answer some of those, especially as they relate to construction funds, which then translated into the bonding and debt and payments. Right. So I'll wear my treasurer hat and explain it from what I understand, and if there's follow-up questions, happy to take those and respond. And so my understanding from the difference between the two numbers, the scope of the Harvey Rose report covered a certain time period. Tim and J.S. Held was asked or tasked to look at those costs and covered a wider range in terms of dates. And so that's the difference between the numbers that I believe were reported in the Harvey Rose report and what Tim found. My understanding in terms of the flow of funds, and this is where my understanding as it relates to the long-term bonds, as it relates to how we operate today, is because of the requirement for Measure J, there were public safety costs that needed to be reimbursed to the general fund to make them whole. And so early on in the stadium construction, there were some public safety activities related to training and security that occurred. And so absent the operation, so currently today, the Stadium Authority receives revenue and operating income to cover the cost of events. And so while the construction of the stadium occurred, the only source at the time were construction bonds. They were used to reimburse the general fund some of those costs. Whether they were appropriate or not, that was before my time. It was transferred, and a long-term debt was issued on those costs. And so when it comes to the general fund, my understanding is the general fund has been made whole in terms of reimbursements. When it comes to the use of construction dollars, as the report points out, it was expended out of the construction fund. Typically, once those dollars are fully expended, the bondholders come in and issue the bonds to repay that over a long period of time. So we're amortizing roughly $900,000 over the life of the bonds, over 30, 40 years. So in some sense, those were considered costs at the time of construction, and when we issue the bonds and we pay the bonds off, that gets repaid through our annual fixed debt to repay the bonds. And so just from a flow of funds, I just want to make sure that's clear in terms of how the Stadium Authority pays those dollars back.
Can I follow up on that? Because these were years 14, 15, and 15, 16 when the stadium was operating. So it's not, they weren't pre-construction. They were during the years of operation. So first of all, we shouldn't have been, during those years of operation, been paying from the construction fund. And secondly, were those numbers, that 900,000, was it allocated to that 14 and 15 and 15, 16 for public safety costs?
Chair Gilmore, just, I wasn't here in 14, 15, 15, 16, so I can't answer the question with regards to how those were allocated.
And I'm going to ask you for the future, could we get that information? Because it's going to become relevant in the next week or so. Anyways, through the executive director. That's going to be relevant, yes.
Understand the request. I think
Thank you.
in that venue we can discuss about how and it may not affect.
Thank you. But, okay, thank you. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a follow-up question. Treasurer Lee. So I have a follow-up question. You did mention that general fund was not used for paying off this thing. That's clarity, right? No general fund was used to pay for these public safety charges, right?
Board Member Chahal, my understanding is the general fund was reimbursed from construction fund dollars for those costs.
So city general fund did not pay anything from their fund, right? Because they were reimbursed from the development fund. So city did not lose any money for these public safety costs, right?
Correct. My understanding is that the public safety costs that were expended out of the general fund at that time for those years were reimbursed by construction fund dollars.
So my next question is, I'm not sure you have the answer for that or not, or maybe JS Held has the answer for that. Were these charges for an NFL game or non-NFL event? You did mention something, training of public safety or something. I want to have a details, like what were this expense for public safety? Where was it expensed? Whether it was for game, public NFL game, non-NFL game, where it was, basically.
Let me jump in here and do my best to help answer that question. kind of in my former role, so if I could not speak as the auditor for the moment. As Ken said, what happened was the construction draws would occur, and then that would be reimbursed to the general fund. Those draws happen monthly after the draw documents were approved by bank. And so I'm sorry, I'm blanking on your second question. What you just asked me, I'm blanking. Do you remember? Sorry, I got caught on that tangent and forgot. Oh, sorry. It's my understanding, and Tim, correct me if I'm saying anything that contradicts with what you know, is these were formation public safety costs. They weren't applied to any particular game. They were development of safety plan, those kinds of things. So my understanding is these costs that are summarized by Harvey Rose and also looked at by J.S. Held were formation, not necessarily posted to a game.
My follow-up question on that would be, what difference would it made if the development fund, I understand that time we did not have any revenue to pay, any stadium revenue to pay for this thing, right? So what were the other options to pay these things? If at all, what does our contract say that, okay, we have to arrange for the public safety training, and we don't have the we don't have the stadium revenue, so did our contract or our various contract mention that in case of these things, where this money will come from? And would it have made a difference to us as a stadium authority, whether it came from the bucket of development fund, construction funds, or stadium revenue fund later on? That's my question.
Sure. Councilmember, Board Member Jahal, let me attempt to answer your question. First, I'll begin by just, again, stating I wasn't here when this occurred.
I wasn't there, too.
And these costs date back 8 to 10 years ago, right? And so this is very much a item that was not concluded, and there were starts and stops with concluding the report that's before you tonight. Let me say that, one, it is correct that a portion of the cost, actually the majority of the costs, were incurred before there were NFL games, and so they could not be attributed to NFL games. There were other ramp-up costs around once the stadium was built. Looking at the agreements, and there does not appear to have been at that time a place to attach the funds to. It appears that the decision was made to use construction financing, and the decision at that time was that it was an allowable expense. The expense was incurred. It was also amortized in debt, and the bondholders accepted that as a allowable cost, and we are now paying for that as we pay off the debt. I do know that the 49ers at that time and the agreements that were signed at that time provided that the 49ers would pay for 2 full-time officers during the ramp-up period. These are costs in addition to that, and so there was not anywhere else for the staff at that time to allocate the cost to, based on the agreements that were in place, and it was believed that it was allowable to use construction funding, and the bondholders accepted that when the bonds were packaged and amortized.
So my question is, both Harvey Rose and J.S. Held did confirm that construction funds were used for this thing. My question is, what else we could have done? Like, was there any other option that these should not have used? Was there any if there was no option, and this was in knowledge of the Manco and the city council or city management at that time, I'm trying to find out, was there something wrong done, which there was another way out which could have been done, and then we would not have been in this situation. Like, I'm trying to struggle with that. This is confirmation of that the funds were paid, public safety funds were paid from this fund, but what is the wrong? What wrong happened? That's what I'm trying to find.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk because I was there, and I think that maybe the council or the authority should read the Harvey Rose audit because it's pretty specific about what happened there. We're talking about 2014-15 and 2015-16. The stadium was in operation. It was working, there were funds, there was rent being paid, there was money flowing through. And so we discussed this in quite length during our Stadium Authority audit committees. I'd be interested to hear from the executive director. You said that it was told that it was acceptable to use the construction fund. So I'd like to know who said that that was acceptable. And it's significant because when you use the construction fund, it ends up turning into long-term debt. So it's very significant when we were having an operating stadium, you use the operations funds for public safety costs. So what I'm hearing tonight is not anything that happened. It was discovered during the operational years when the stadium was in operation that these funds were paid by the construction fund. So I would like to hear from the executive director.
Sure.
Who told you that this was okay?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Gilmore. In discussions with staff that were here at the time, what was stated, as well as from the documents that were reviewed, was that there was not a cost center to attach these startup public safety costs to. They determined that the construction fund was a allowable expense. I was not here. I do not know the full complement of analysis that went into that decision, but what we know for a fact is that the costs were assigned to the construction fund. What we also know is that once the debt was amortized and bonded, the bondholders looked at it, and it is included in what we're paying back. And so that's it. That's the information we know. I can't tell you that I would have made the same decision. I can only tell you that I have had conversations with staff. We have read the Harvey Rose audit, and that is essentially the summation of what we can articulate happened 8 to 10 years ago.
So when you say you just heard from our staff that this was okay, if so, why did it show up in our audit as being unusual? I was there, I was in all those meetings, I heard it. It showed up in an audit as being unusual, especially when we had an operating stadium. So, all right, anybody else? Any member of the public like to speak? All right, there is a recommendation. Thank you very much for the report, which confirmed all this. So, is there a motion
I'd like to make a motion to note and file.
Second.
A motion and second to note and file. Authority member Park.
So I keep hearing all these comments like you were there. Well, I was there too, to be honest. And we brought up many times that we had to pay salaries, which come from general funds. So it didn't make sense that we would say in the beginning that there would be no money spent from general funds. And it seems like what I'm hearing is prior to having revenue, we had to borrow from general funds because we had to pay salaries. We had to do, there were costs that were associated with the stadium, not just construction, but also planning, that needed to come from someplace. And I can tell you, working at startup companies, that when times are good and you've got good relationships, you set up a process that says this works within the scope of what we need to do, this works, it's allowable. And it sounds like the bond holders accepted this as a solution. And maybe because it was working, it became the de facto process. It went on for a little bit longer than it should have, well into stadium operations. But that said, we did catch this, and because there's so much visibility on Measure J, and to be honest, the part that we don't talk about is how poorly Measure J was put together. Right, like I remember this is something that was brought up during the time that, Gilmore and Watanabe and others were something for the stadium. And now, when I hear this afterwards, I don't like it because in a way we knew this was going to happen. Here, we have a report on, yes, this did happen, this is why it happened, and this is why, and this is how we paid it back. And again, I was there too. I wasn't up here making the decisions, but I was certainly out there asking for a revote on Measure J once the term sheet changed, because what the people got was not what we voted for, because what we voted for changed after the vote occurred. So it's just kind of funny for me to hear you talking on both sides of this issue when, I mean, to be honest, we were both here, we see the reports, and it's not something that was new to us, or maybe you heard the complaints that people had, and once you decided to not support the stadium,
Authority Member
you
Park,
took over
please-
those complaints for us.
Please speak for yourself and not for me, please. Continue to speak
Just
for
a
yourself
thought.
and not for me. I ask you that
Okay, then
respectfully.
I think that's what happened. I do. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to accept the report and note and file. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. All right, next is accept the report on the review of the 2019 college football playoff game revenues and expenses performed by the PUN Group. Executive Director.
Thank you. All right, microphone is working. Thank you. Your third item tonight that is before you is for the board is before you here is for the board to approve a review in accordance with one of the Stadium Authority's rights under the assignment and assumption agreement between the Stadium Authority, Manco, our stadium management company, and the Bay Area Host Committee. The agreement, as per the agreement, the Stadium Authority retained the right to audit any element of the financial statements for the game. Accordingly, the Stadium Authority engaged the PUN Group consultants and advisors to perform certain agreed-upon procedures of the revenues and expenditures reported for the game. Once again, Audit Manager David Nose is here to provide additional background. Also joining us remotely to make a presentation are Ken Pun, no pun intended, I'm sorry, Managing Partner and CEO of the PUN Group, and Vanessa Burke, their engagement partner. I will now hand over the presentation to David, our Audit Manager.
Thank you again, Executive Director. Hopefully you're not tired of seeing me yet. I wanted to give a quick background just about some of the details about why are we here. As I'm sure you're aware, in 2018, the Stadium Authority entered into an assignment and assumption agreement with Manco and the Bay Area Host Committee related to the 2019 National Championship football game. The Stadium Authority approved the agreement with some conditions, as listed here, that Bay Area Host Committee would be responsible for all costs associated with the game, including all public safety costs, that the agreement does not include the $4 ticket surcharge. In other words, we still get that as the Stadium Authority. And it also stated that the Bay Area Host Committee would provide an initial accounting and financial statements of the game, and that they would also deliver a third-party independent CPA report surrounding the financial statements for the game. And additionally, the Stadium Authority also retained the rights to do any future audits related to that. So the conditions in the agreement were met, and the Stadium Authority staff was able to confirm that all of our public safety costs were reimbursed to the city, and that we did in fact receive the $4 ticket surcharge for the game. The Bay Area Host Committee also fulfilled one of their conditions. They retained HBK CPAs to conduct a financial statement audit, which they did, and they issued an unmodified clean opinion. And the board exercised its right to do a further analysis of the financial statements related to the game. And so in July of 2020, the Stadium Authority entered into an agreement with the PUN Group to perform certain agreed upon procedures that were related to the revenues and expenses of the game. And a little bit in the way of history, again, this is one of those projects that was commissioned, ultimately got delayed through COVID, and then There was some time in there where we didn't have staff in the auditor's office, so once we got that resolved last year, we restarted the project with the Poon Group. They had some delays that they'll talk about in terms of needing to have an NDA with the Bay Area Host Committee surrounding details of the game, negotiations, that sort of thing. So we were able to finish this report, and as the Executive Director mentioned, we have a few folks online, Ken Poon and Vanessa Burke. Ken, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Ken, you can go right ahead and I will do your slides for you.
Thank you, David. Good evening, Mayor, member of the City Council. Again, my name is Ken Poon. I'm the managing partner and the CEO of the firm. And along with me here tonight is Vanessa Burke, who is the engagement partner performing the agreed upon procedures. If you can share the slide for me, that will be great. So, the city has engaged us to perform, the authority has engaged us to perform an agreed upon procedures, which is actually an attestation engagement established by AICPA. We are not performing an audit, we are not performing an examination or review, therefore we are not expressing our opinion or conclusion. As a matter of fact, you'll see the finding as to whether we put it out as to the procedures that we perform. So we perform the agreed upon procedures by the stadium, by the authority, and on the Bay Area Host Committee, on the revenue and expense report in the financial statement relating to the January 7, 2019 College Football Playoff National Championship for the year-end March 31st, 2019, held at the stadium owned by the authority. Because it is an agreed upon procedures, the authority has agreed and acknowledged that the procedures that we perform are appropriate to meet the requirements set forth in accordance with Section 4E of the Assignment and Assumption Agreement signed by the 49ers Stadium Management Company. The sufficiency of these procedures is solely the responsibility of the authority, and we make no representation regarding the sufficiency of the procedures described either for the purpose for which this report has been requested, nor whether they are suitable for any other purposes. The Bay Area Host Committee is responsible for the revenue and expenses report in their financial statement relating to the January 7, 2019 College Football Playoff game. The procedures agreed to and associate finding has been included in our report, and it will be shown in our next couple slides. That we perform any additional procedures, other matters may have come to our attention that would have been reported to you. So before we start with the procedures, this is the financial statement that was presented by the Bay Area Host Committee relating to the expense, the revenue and expense reported relating to the January 7, 2019 College Football Playoff game for the year-end March 31st, 2019. As you can see, total revenue, $21.5 million. And then the total operating expense is also $21.5 million, which is a break even. As you can tell, the 49ers actually did put in a contribution of $4.2 million to make up the difference, to make it break even. So the next couple of slides is actually surrounding our procedures. There's altogether 6 procedures. Procedures number 1 is relating to the revenue transactions. And we agree with the authority that we are going to select 25 revenue transactions from the general ledger, 20 from the ticket sales, and 5 from the sponsorship and suite rental, and agree the amount, the customer, date, description as detailed, the deposit to the bank statement, agreeing to the supporting documentation, including the bank deposit posting to the general ledger for each classification, also agreeing the daily ticket sales report for the months of May 2018 to January 2019 for the game, post to the general ledger correctly. We also obtained the game day reconciliation for all tickets sold from in-house host software and external ticket seller, and agreed to the daily ticket sales report for the sample of the days. For the sponsorship and the suite rental, We also obtained the list and select 5 samples and agree amount to the copy of the agreement and to the detail of the customer account for the bills and paid amount. For the 25 revenue transactions, we recompute and recalculate all the revenue collected and allocate based on the terms and condition of the agreement and supported provide to and compare to the amount posted to the general ledger. And last procedures was to agree the revenue reconciliation report to the game day event attendance report. We only have like one finding for these procedures, as there's no, for the game day event attendance report absences, we are unable to perform the reconciliation. So the second procedure is actually talking about the concession revenue on the game day. So we obtained the game day concession report for the food and beverage sales. We want to make sure that it agrees to the report to the invoice from the concessionary, and then also to recompute the revenue share based on the terms of the agreement. And we only have like one finding. In the agreement, talking about the concessionary, which is levy, there's a 20% commission that will be provided. However, there are 2 events. One is actually on site, and the one is actually off site. And the one that is on site, that it was being paid, but the one being off site, it was not. The contract is being silent and it's not really expensed out from the for the expenses during the year. So, procedure number 3 is other revenue category, and we agreed the amount per the committee financial statement to the committee adjusted detailed trial balance, and we only have one exception, is only a classification that we found that $150,000 in sponsorship revenue was classified as suite rental revenue in the revenue amount in the financial statement. But however, the total revenue agreed to the adjusted trial balance and the allocation were not changed as a result of the finding. So number 4 is actually applied to non-payroll expense. So we also select 25 non-payroll expense from the general ledger and agreed the amount to the payee, date, classification, and the description to the report. And then we only have one exceptions out of the 25 samples that we select. There was an in-kind expense recognized by the journal entry in the amount of the $1.7 million. The supporting provided consists of a listing of the suite ticket exchange for the value for these service, and we are unable to obtain and agree the amount recognized in the financial statement as the expense to the signed agreement with the vendor, and therefore we are not be able to support that amount. Procedures number 5 is relating to payroll and related expenses. We agree the payroll expense amount to the supporting and the support for the game and the committee's payroll summary, and select 25 employees payroll expenses from the payroll summary and perform the following. We agree the amount paid to the timesheet for the samples of the employees. We also recompute the amount paid using approved rate of pay, and then agreed the recompute amount paid to the amount charged for the game. We do have like 2 findings. One of the findings is relating to the performance bonus payment in the amount of $25,000 to an employee of Manco in July 2019. It should be based out of a performance matrix. However, the only thing that we got is an email to support the amount without the performance matrix. The other findings that we have is it's one payment to the employee relating to the overtime or double time wages in the amount of almost like $1,400 charged to an expense in the financial statement. Did not agree to our recompute amount of $540, and there's about a difference of about like $850 that could not be identified. And number 6 is adjustment to the revenue and expenses. We also obtained a list of adjustment. We also obtain a list of adjustment made to the revenue or expense under the term of the contract, obtain any details supporting to the adjustment, and compare the adjustment made to the supporting documentation for and agree the amount and the date, and we do not have any exceptions for that. In an agreed upon procedures, a representation letter is actually required from the engagement party. So we do actually obtain the representation letter from the authority, representing that the management is responsible for the subject matter of the attestation engagement stating in the revenue and expense report in the financial statement relating to the January 7, 2019 College Football Playoff National Championship for the year end March 31st, to which applied procedures have been accurately measured or evaluate. However, the Bay Area Host Committee is responsible for the subject matter. We do actually request a written representation from from the host committee. However, the representation that we are unable to obtain, and the limitation has been disclosed in the report. However, the supporting record is still suitable and appropriate for the intended purpose of this engagement. And that's conclude my presentation, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Does anybody have any questions on this report? First of all, thank you very much for presenting it. Does anyone have any questions? Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Board Chair. Yes, I have a question regarding the report that was provided and number 3 regarding for other revenue categories. We agreed the amounts per the committee's financial statements to the committee's adjusted detailed trial balance finding, except for the following. No exceptions were found as a result of our procedures. And this was the following that was found. We found that $150,000 in sponsorship revenue was classified as suite rental revenue in the revenue amounts in the financial statements. The total revenue agreed to, the adjusted trial balance and allocations were not changed as a result of this finding. Did you reach out to the Bay Area Host Committee to find out why that was allocated in that way, and did they have an explanation for it and why it wasn't transferred back?
Okay, let me see if there's other questions. Is that your only question?
Yes.
Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Clarification on, I know somebody brought it up, maybe staff can answer this question, which was brought up during the, I guess, last questions that we had, which is basically, how did we get here? Like, I know that some of these are money-losing events, so who agreed to these events, and was that in, I guess I'm trying to understand a little more about the contracts.
All right, I think the auditor would be able to answer the first, not the second question. So, Ken?
Sure.
Or wait, I'm not sure. Okay, sorry.
No, that's quite all right. Ken, I'm going to leave it to you to answer number 1. Did we ask?
So I'll defer that to Vanessa, since she's the engagement partner and dealing with the Manco. So I think she'll be the best person to answer that question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the board. Thank you for the question. The question as presented is that we found that it was $150,000 was classified in the financial statement as sponsorship revenue as opposed to suite revenue. And the reason we did reach out to BAHC on this, because we didn't reach out. BAHC has Manco as the operator accountant. I understand that relationship may change going forward, and they might hire their own accounting staff, but Manco is the one that provided the accounting for BAHC. So we worked with Manco in looking at the records for the game. The sponsorship and suite revenue oftentimes come together in one contract with basically the sponsor. And so what I think happened in this instance, it didn't change the overall revenue. It didn't change how revenue was allocated between the participating parties to those agreements. What I believe happened is because sometimes those two things are intertwined, sponsorship and suite revenue, it just got misclassified in terms of the audited financial statement. So in our looking at those contracts, we got all of them and we broke them out into the two categories. And when we tried to tie that out, it was off by that 150,000. But that doesn't change the allocation between how much the parties got from sponsorship and how much they got from suite revenue.
Okay, thank you. I have a follow-up to that, and that has to do with the sponsorship. Wasn't the sponsorship money, wasn't like part of it allocated to the stadium authority? And whereas suite rental monies just go directly to like Manco. So that's my concern, is that this sponsorship money that was put into the wrong account was really monies that should have come to the stadium authority. And I may be misspoken, but that's what I want to raise that question.
And David, do you want to take that one, or do you want us to take that one?
Actually, I'll take this just on an operational side, just for the public. Ken Lee, Stadium Authority Treasurer. So thank you for actually the questions. So I think my response can answer both questions, Becker, Board Member Becker and Watanabe. So as mentioned in the audit, and just for some background, as Mr. Nost mentioned also, this event was assigned separately, so it was not a Stadium Authority non-NFL event. So as the financials pointed out, it was a money-losing event, correctly assigned separately to the Bay Area Host Committee. As the auditor pointed out, there was a contribution from the 49ers to make that loss whole. And so the revenues and sponsorship were associated with the event, were tied to the Bay Area Host Committee as the host of that event, and so the Stadium Authority did not receive those revenues, nor did we lose the money that the event had. And so from a Stadium Authority perspective, we had rights assigned in the agreement with the Bay Area Host Committee. This is the product of those rights. The Stadium Authority did receive both reimbursement from public safety costs as well as the ticket surcharge, and those were confirmed by the auditor.
All right, thank you. Is there any other questions? How about members of the public? Do we have any questions for members of the public? Here or online? I don't see any. So is there a motion to?
Motion.
To what?
Note and file.
Accept the report from.
Oh yeah, accept the report. Sorry, it was a note and file. Accept the report.
Related to the football national championships. Is there a second to that motion?
Yes, I seconded that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Thank you. Next, we have informational report on Super Bowl 60 updates. Executive Director.
All right. Board Chair, members of the board, also sitting as the City Council. Javon Grogan, Executive Director for the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, as well as the City Manager. Very excited to provide you with this update on our pre-planning process for Super Bowl 60. Much of our night, actually our entire night leading up to this has been about things that occurred in the past in audits for even things dating back sometimes 10 years ago. And so now we're looking toward the future, but certainly with a lot of lessons learned and eyes wide open. So I will give our presentation tonight, but I will be supported by our city attorney during the question period, and I'll return to my seat. Your presentation agenda will provide a little background. We will also discuss the stadium/city, what we're calling the 2026 Major Events Management Structure. This is our internal management structure that we've developed to outline the organizational hierarchy by which we will plan, manage, and execute the major events that will occur in the city in 2026. We know that we will be hosting the Super Bowl in February of 26, followed by several World Cup games in June and July. We will then talk about an update on a number of our key external stakeholder meetings with the NFL, the Bay Area Host Committee, and Valley Transportation Authority. We will also discuss our review of relevant documents from Super Bowl 50 and then discuss next steps. So let's begin with background. So as we all know, on May 22nd of this year, Levi Stadium was announced as the location for Super Bowl 60 in 2026. That is 10 years since Santa Clara and Levi's last hosted a Super Bowl, Super Bowl 50 in 2016. Important to note, and has been talked about at prior meetings, that the city and the Stadium Authority's participation in the 26 bid process was significantly different from the process that the city and the Stadium Authority underwent in for the 2016 process. And it's important to note that there was very little to no involvement in that process. And so there have been a lot of questions around the bid and where we should go forward from here. It's important to note that the city did send a letter to NFL Commissioner Robert Goodell stating that Santa Clara would like to express its support for the Bay Area Host Committee's bid to host Super Bowl 60 at Levi Stadium. And that letter sent by the mayor also attached a full copy of Measure J and really noted that that support, while there was support, it was really with the understanding that we must continue to comply with Santa Clara's Measure J, which says that there should be no general costs for these events. So let's talk a little bit about our 2026 major events management structure. This structure provides staff leadership on our 2026 events, including public safety, communications, marketing, and public Santa Clara events and engagement with the community. There's staff leadership on the executive committee led by myself, your city attorney Glenn Googans, assistant city attorney, assistant chief of police, assistant to the city manager, as well as a retired annuitant that was here and supported the process for 2016. As we take a look at the org structure, important to note that it begins with you as the city council and the Stadium Authority Board, and then myself as executive director, and then our major 26 events executive committee, and there are 3 branches under that. The first branch is our Public Safety Steering Committee. It's important to note that this steering committee has 4 divisions and is very much modeled after the org structure that was in place for Super Bowl 2050. As we'll discuss in a little bit, this org structure was reviewed by the NFL just yesterday with significant positive feedback, and it is very close to how we will align going forward. The next leg or box is our Communications and Marketing Steering Committee. The point of this group is to be intensely focused on communications and marketing We will work with the DMO on marketing Santa Clara and ensuring that the international spotlight that will be on this city provides the most leverage for the city, both during that time and in the future. We will have a group that concentrates on media relations, a group that concentrates intently on public communications, in particular neighborhood communications, as well as a subgroup that will work for internal communications. We will have a very large group of staff with outside partners that are part of all three of these branches, and we need to ensure that there are cross communications and that we have a very systematic way to ensure that all members of our team receive information in a timely manner. The next box is our Santa Clara Community Events and Engagement Steering Committee. I call this the Fun Committee, but it's the committee that will be focused on ensuring that the larger Santa Clara community participates and receives some benefit from this event. Important to note, we do not intend to do large-scale events that will cost the city money. I know that a decision was made last time to spend significant dollars on that, and we all know that our budget cannot support that, and that is not our intent. But our intent is to work with the various partners and determine what events are appropriate. There are a number of events that can be high benefit but low cost, as well as benefits that can be sponsored by others. But we wanted to make sure that we have a specific focus on that. Next, I'll just give an update on our meetings with the NFL. As you know, and as we mentioned, it was announced on May 22nd that Santa Clara would in fact be the host of Super Bowl 60. Not long after that, we had a meeting with the NFL on June 12th. That was an initial meet and greet to discuss the NFL's initial operational planning timeline for Super Bowls. We were informed then that the NFL has made a number of changes to how they plan the Super Bowl in the last 10 years, and they really begin 2 years out. And so we were contacting them early, but they were gracious, and as noted on the screen, we've had 3 meetings to date. We also talked about the event footprint and potential NFL initiatives. We then followed up that conversation because that conversation revealed that there is likely going to be a significant change to the overall footprint of Super Bowl 60 than what we experienced in Super Bowl 50. And so we had a meeting on July 27th where we reviewed the Super Bowl site plans for prior Super Bowls, as well as the 2 upcoming Super Bowls in Las Vegas and plans for New Orleans, really to understand how planning has changed. Just a top-line summary, the amount of space that will be required is significantly more, and we can envision many of our parking lots, even some of those outer parking lots, being used for hosting activities, and so that will have an impact on transportation, that will have an impact on how people get to the game, and certainly beginning early is really important. And then we had a meeting just yesterday where we reviewed preliminary discussion, or where we had preliminary discussions around security planning. That meeting was attended by Chief Lanier, the Chief Security Officer for the NFL, as well as representatives from the Bay Area Host Committee, the Manco, our stadium manager, as well as a number of individuals from the Santa Clara Police Department. And while much of that meeting centered on preliminary discussions of safety and security preparations that are not appropriate to talk about at this meeting, I did receive approval, and the slide that's before you that reviews the security planning process and timeline, as well as benchmarks for the NFL's process for planning Super Bowl 60, really beginning 24 months out. And so we are quickly approaching that February 24 timeline where we will be 24 months out. So from 18 to 24 months, I won't highlight everything, but it begins with a master planning effort. Know that that work has already begun in our conversations that we've had with the NFL, as well as the work that the Bay Area Host Committee is doing. We are also preparing for a visit from the NFL, tentatively scheduled for December of this calendar year, so a little earlier than their typical 24-month period, where we will talk about where we will have potential venue tours, certainly have dedicated conversations on safety, and talk about the general stadium campus, and discuss future host city tours. 18 to 12 months out, the core focus of the NFL will be on stadium campus operations, specific venue selections, and various other planning meetings. And then you get to that 6 to 12 months out where the NFL Security Department will start to assign representatives to each venue. There'll be a detailed venue evaluation and implementation of security practices, as well as stadium campus staffing and vehicle operations starting to take shape. And then that 6 months out is the sort of sprint to the finish toward game day, where all operational plans will be finalized, and there'll be implementations of all of the security operations training and walkthroughs. Just wanted to give you a flavor of the type of conversations that are occurring, and that we have engaged the NFL with some early conversations sooner than they would typically do that. And we did that at the urging of the board, knowing that there was an urgency to initiate those conversations as soon as possible, because we did not participate in the bid process as we did 10 years ago. So important also to note that we have had several meetings and engagement with the Bay Area Host Committee. I know we talked a little bit about the Bay Area Host Committee in our last presentation, but just a quick note, the Bay Area Host Committee, which we refer to as BAHC, is a nonprofit corporation that is focused on bringing major world-class events to the Bay Area that drive economic vitality, community-wide engagement, civic pride, and global recognition. It is also important to note that the Bay Area Host Committee has gone through a bit of a refresh from the Bay Area Host Committee that Santa Clara is most familiar with, that hosted Super Bowl 50 and the 2019 college playoffs. They've hired a new executive director in the last year, as well as had a remake of their board. Their board now includes, it's no longer really centered on the 49ers and Santa Clara exclusively. It includes representatives from all of the major sports teams in the Bay Area, and has a purposeful focus on bringing large sporting events to the entire Bay Area. However, our conversations have been centered on Super Bowl and the World Cup. And we've met on a regular basis to discuss information sharing and coordination for both the Super Bowl and World Cup, as I stated before. Those topics have included a number of items. We've discussed the current structure of the Bay Area Host Committee. I sort of chuckle because they're building out their infrastructure. When we first began our conversations a few months ago, it was one person, and now it's two, and then three. And so they're building out their infrastructure, and then we have discussed how that infrastructure will really flex as we approach closer to these major events in 26 and take on a very significant presence. We've talked about collaboration with the NFL, and both on operational planning and site visits. As I mentioned, the NFL visit that is being planned for toward the end of this year is truly a joint planning effort. We've talked about fan events and other large community events that will occur in the San Francisco Greater Bay Area. As you may remember, Fan Fest was held in San Francisco. We do not expect that Fan Fest will be held in Santa Clara. That will pose a significant operational challenge for us. We will host the game, but our ability to host larger events, frankly, is just not possible given our resources and the impacts to the community. And so we know that those decisions are being made at a level that does not include Santa Clara, and are a little thankful for that. We've also discussed airport and transportation logistics with VTA, and had significant conversations about government integration at various levels, state, federal, and local. Next, I just want to highlight two meetings that your staff had with VTA, Valley Transportation Agency. The first meeting occurred on July 31st. It was a meet and greet, important to discuss coordination and collaboration on both Super Bowl and World Cup. We also discussed ensuring that the infrastructure that was put in place 10 years ago, or what will be 10 years ago for Super Bowl 50, is still in place and operational. VTA informed us of the challenges that took place when they were asked to put in some really hard infrastructure that required construction at the last moment. And so it was important to them and important to us that we begin our engagement soon and really develop that partnership. And so we've discussed initial concepts around the path of train travel, as well as preliminary conversations related to strategies for pre-screening ticket holders at satellite locations outside of the hard perimeter. Much of these conversations are frankly in preparation of future conversations that will happen with the Federal Department of Homeland Security and other security partners. And it's also important to note that VTA has hired an executive staff member that has direct experience with Super Bowl 53 in Atlanta and Super Bowl 56 that was held in Los Angeles. And so really a partnership that we all know is important, and just want to report to the board that we have had those meetings and are off to a good start. Next, I just want to talk about the review of documents related to Super Bowl 50 that the city hosted in 2016, really an important part of our pre-planning effort. And so we have reviewed all of those documents, still a lot more to go. It's important to note that the city was required to provide assurances that certain governmental services would be provided to the Super Bowl at no cost to the NFL or teams participating in the Super Bowl. However, what the city did at that time was enter into a government service agreement, which required the Bay Area Host Committee to be financially responsible for reimbursing the city for all public safety costs and other services. And we'll talk a little bit later about our desire to engage in a similar process. And there was also a stadium license MOU that provided commitments and assurances to the NFL for the use of the stadium, including but not limited to staffing, parking, food, and beverage, advertising, and signage. And so it is important to note that we are both learning from the past, understanding how Super Bowls are being planned nearly 8 to 10 years later, and we'll be working with staff and the board and other partners on how we move forward. And so concluding this presentation, we really have 3 next steps. The first is our commitment to continued compliance with Measure J, and know that the city and the Stadium Authority will ensure that all costs are reimbursed to the city for services and event costs. We intend to launch negotiations to identify and document the responsible parties for city costs related to pre-planning, event, and post-event cost. It's important to note that the NFL, as per our agreements, is considered an NFL event, and so it's not like a non-NFL event like FIFA will be, where we have assignment and assumption decisions and other agreements. This is ensuring that all of our costs are reimbursed. And we will continue to engage with the Bay Area Host Committee, the NFL, the stadium manager, STATCO, to identify all proposed duties, costs, and benefits for the event, and determine the appropriate roles and responsibilities for all parties, frankly, to ensure that Super Bowl 60 is a very successful event. It's a successful event for our local community. It's a successful event for our businesses. It's a successful event for the region, and certainly work with you as a city council and the board on guidance to ensure that as we continue to pre-plan and then get into hard planning and execution, that we are following your directives. Thank you. That is the end of this presentation. Staff's recommendation is to note and file the informational report, and we are certainly here for any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for the presentation. My questions I have are going to start with on slide number 5, in which you talk about the 2026 major events management structure. I see these 2 bottom ones right here. Well, Public Safety Steering Committee, Communications and Marketing Steering Committee, and Santa Clara Community Events and Engagement Steering Committee. And my question for that is, what is going to be the makeup of those, and who's going to be on those committees, and basically what's going to be their major functions overall?
Sure.
And then follow up to that is I know the city has an Econ Development Committee that's been on hold for a while. I know in the past, which I don't know if you've seen that in any of the information that's been provided to you, but in the past there's been economic development committees that were working with the DMO for the past Super Bowl, World Cup, and so on, So I'm wondering if that is going to be another option out there that is going to be on the table, because I know former council member Debbie Davis, who used to sit in the seat, I think chaired a lot of those events to get things here. And then my next question is, I know that you mentioned about the bigger footprint. I guess what I'm trying to say is, to clarify that you said for the bigger footprint, that means we're going to be taking over different parking lots. I think you said events, or was it for media? I was a little confused on that one between those two. And then the last question I have is about the review, basically not review of the Super Bowl 50 agreements, but kind of moving forward. I know there's a lot of people that say about the fine details and reading the fine print. I know that the Bay Area Host Committee in the past said that they were going to take care of all, and that they were financially responsible for the city's public safety costs and certain other services. I mean, is this going to be the same situation? Is there any fine print issues that we may need to worry about of those costs? And lastly is, sorry about this, also about working with neighborhoods and neighborhood concerns. I know that was a major issue with Super Bowl 50. A lot of people talked about not having many notices, not many coordination. So I'm wondering if there's going to be more neighborhood education and coordination to let people know that these big events are going to be coming to those areas. So those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Authority Member Jane.
I know around big events like this, people offer up their homes on Airbnb and VRBO. I know this was a big concern during Super Bowl 50. I want to make sure that we're getting our TOT from every rental that happens. Yes, earlier, what was it, yesterday, I was at a art installation at Santa Clara University, and they indicated that during Super Bowl 50, Santa Clara University played a pretty big role in hosting an event there. So I would ask that staff reach out to Santa Clara University and see how they might help us in organizing an event there. Finally, during Super Bowl 50, a big concern by the community was human trafficking around big events like this, and this will also relate to FIFA. There is prostitution and other issues, so I want to make sure that that is being considered from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report, City Manager, Executive Director. My only question is, keeping in view Measure J concerns that we don't want to spend any money, are we having an economic development committee which can talk to the local businesses, just like bigger businesses, our business house, Intel, NVIDIA, AMD, so that if we do any events, they can sponsor those. So what's the plan for that? Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you. Board Chair, so yeah, I have a couple of questions and one comment regarding Super Bowl 60. Wasn't Santa Clara the only city that bid for the event, because everybody else is focused on World Cup, which is the exact same year? The other question I have regards the Bay Area Host Committee. Is it going to be the same committee as World Cup? Regarding the MOU, who's going to be responsible for the MOU and paying costs? Will there be members of the team that was highlighted there before that's participating in this, putting this plan together? Will they be going to a future Super Bowl game to get an idea of how things are done? And then my final is just a comment based on the, excuse me, two things. Mission College was also a venue for a community event during Super Bowl 50. And then finally, regarding the human trafficking comment, there was actually a human trafficking commission created as a result of, in preparation for Super Bowl 50, which I currently serve on, and that committee was, anyway, it was very successful, and I know a lot of our police department was participated in that, and former Chief Sellers was instrumental in bringing it forward, and it continues today. It continues today, and has been very successful. So there already is a committee in place that people can be working with in planning the Super Bowl 60. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I just have a couple of questions. When the 49ers bid on Super Bowl 60, somebody had to sign some agreements. So what are there agreements? Are they signed? Do you have copies? How come we don't have any copies of anything at all for Super Bowl 60? Number one. I know that back when we approved Super Bowl 50, it was well over 3 years. When we actually signed the governmental agreement, negotiated everything before we bid. So now I'm hearing there's a tremendous amount of pre-planning work done, and we have no governmental agreement. We have no agreement to use the stadium. So I would think we would do it the opposite. First, we would get the agreement, and then we would do all the pre-planning, because that just makes sense. So my question is, why, if there are agreements, does staff have them? Why don't we have them? Or if staff doesn't have them, why not? All right, and I think that's it for the questions.
All right, thank you. Okay, why don't we launch right into, that was the Q, so we'll do the A. First question is, what is the composition and the structure of the various groups in our management structure? Important to note that that's our internal staff management structure. Also important to note that when we talk about the public safety structure, similar to Super Bowl 50, there are a number of boxes, be it for escort, dignitary protection, credentialing, human trafficking. Not all of those can be filled by officers in the Santa Clara Police Department. In fact, many of those are filled by partner agencies, FBI, county, and so there will be various staff that fill the various boxes. And so that is the intent, this is our internal structure. I know when we typically think committees, we think publicly facing committees, but we're calling them steering committees and then sub-working groups for our organizational structure. There was questions around the Economic Development Subcommittee. Would that subcommittee meet? I think that there was a question from Councilmember Becker as well as Councilmember Jahal on that. The economic, let me actually say the correct title that we have. Our Communications and Marketing Steering Committee the portion that works on economic development, or what we're calling branding and marketing, will really work heavily with the DMO. And we had a really good presentation at your last meeting about all the work that the DMO is doing with regard to marketing the city and the funds that they have for really professional support videos. And so know that they have already been informed and will be heavily engaged. With regard to the Economic Development Subcommittee, important to note that while Santa Clara has actually done a really good job on some levels for economic development, we do not have an economic development department. In fact, we do not even have an economic development director or manager. And so I know that the council is interested in relaunching the Economic Development Subcommittee. Where we are is we are staff challenged on supporting that. And really what I would like to do is identify the person that will support that, have that person actually develop an economic development program that centers on business attraction and retention for small, medium, and large scale businesses. And it was mentioned about, can that committee work with sponsorship for various events and go out to businesses? I think that we can have conversations around that. My recommendation would actually be not if that committee is made up of council members, because we'd want to avoid behested payments and council members going out trying to seek sponsorship from businesses that may come before the city council. And I think what our larger economic development program is probably something that we should maybe just pull out from here and talk a little bit more globally about. However, I do certainly know that we'll talk about that during priority setting, and I do know that there will certainly be an intense focus on marketing the city and capitalizing off all of the economic vitality that the Super Bowl and the other events will generate. There were questions around the larger footprint and what is that and what does that mean? Thank you for that question. Important to note that that footprint will include various things. It will include media. It will include on-site hosting of VIPs that come. It will include staging. And there are certain areas that the Stadium Authority controls, but then there are other areas, frankly, that will need to be, and I believe parties are negotiating to acquire additional private areas and get those under agreements. But some areas are owned or controlled by the Stadium Authority. Others are private that need to be acquired, but not by us for that time period. With regard to the Super Bowl 50 agreements, there was a question of, are there fine print issues? Absolutely, right? Or the Super Bowl 60 agreements, right? There will absolutely be fine print issues, right? The devil's always in the details, as they say, and as we begin to negotiate those, working out that fine print with council as well as bringing those to the board will be very important. If I can jump to the end, which was the mayor's question of where are the documents for Super Bowl 60 and where are the bid documents. Important to note that no, we do not have those documents. We have requested those documents. Important to also note that per our agreements, it is an NFL event. And so it's not analogous to the FIFA conversation and acquiring documents there. And so entering into a government services agreement, ensuring that we're reimbursed for our costs. But my understanding of our agreements is that because it's considered an NFL event, and the 49ers and their entities have the ability to bid for that event and put on that event, we do not have the same rights that we would for a non-NFL event. And so know that we have requested the Super Bowl 60 bid documents. Whether we have the legal ability to compel the production of those, I'm not sure of, and that's a question for our council. And I will say we requested it, let us see if we obtain it, but the structure of our agreement is just distinctly different from a non-NFL event. Next, there was a question around working with the neighborhoods, both education and coordination. Yes, 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 we need to educate, we need to coordinate. To be frank, we have a education and coordination issue now. What staff has talked about is as we begin our pre-planning, working frankly to solve those in the near term, so that when we get to Super Bowl 60, we're not creating something for that event, but we're frankly just implementing improved practices that we'd like to develop, and certainly there have been comments around the challenges there. Airbnb and TOT, we have what's called a VCA, voluntary collection agreement with Airbnb. We can look into voluntary collection agreements with other platforms, but certainly a short-term rental around that time that's rented on Airbnb or frankly any platform would need to comply with our ordinance. The voluntary collection agreement allows for a easy remittance of that because the platform remits the payment to us versus having the requirement on the individual host to remit the payment. But if you're renting your Airbnb on a platform or in the newspaper, you're still liable, right? So if you're not renting through a platform that will remit to the city, the taxes still due. There was conversations around an art installation at Santa Clara University. I personally don't have knowledge on that, but certainly we will look into that. And we are engaging Santa Clara University and Mission College, which I think was a comment, and so we are engaging them. Human trafficking, know that there is a dedicated group in the public safety structure that is focused on human trafficking. And when we talk about FIFA, there is a dedicated goal or a pillar to address human trafficking. And so know that there's already been significant conversations with the police department in their making of the org structure and a focus on human trafficking. And I have noted that prior committee that was established. Were we the only city that bid on the Super Bowl because other cities were, a number of other, or actually 10 other stadiums in the U.S. Are also hosting the World Cup? I have heard that that was the case. I cannot say that I have reviewed any documents or can confirm that that was the case, so probably don't want to go on record with that, but I can tell you that I've heard that sentiment, and it may be true. MOU, who pays the cost? As we said before, we would look to endeavor with the same structure as before and ensure that the Bay Area Host Committee, which is a group that has a revenue model that we cannot replicate because they seek significant contributions from various individuals, high net worth individuals, companies, and other sponsorships. We intend to engage with them and begin negotiating those agreements. I think the mayor asked sort of, there's been a lot of pre-planning work. Why haven't we started there? I would just submit that where we have started with the announcement that we received it in May is a intense sort of study and learning with a number of new people on the team, both myself, the city attorney, as well as our staff. I actually think on our core team, when we exclude PD, we only have one person that was here in 2016. And so we began with a sort of intense look back, as well as a meet and greet and then get to know all of the players and some informational conversations. So we're walking into those negotiations with, frankly, prepared with information. I do believe that we are there, and as a part of our next steps, that's really where we intend to launch and go from here. Will there be a group that attends Super Bowl, future Super Bowls? The upcoming Super Bowls are, I'm going to miss the number, or I could back up, Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, and Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. There is a visiting public safety officer program where we absolutely do intend to send members from Santa Clara to the upcoming 2 Super Bowls to observe. And there's an entire process that the NFL has where they take those individuals that attend through various tours, conversations around what's next, and they learn from those that have gone before. Important to note that while a number of our staff will not go on that because there is a cap, we are having a number of conversations, and they will only intensify with individuals from the NFL, as well as our own professional contacts. Me reaching out to city manager in Las Vegas and New Orleans, as well as city attorney I know has reached out to his counterparts primarily for FIFA. And I think that concludes all of the questions.
I had a follow-up question. I just want to make sure I heard this correctly. You said this was an NFL event and that we had no rights. So my question is, with all this pre-planning that you're doing, who is going to pay for all of the pre-planning from the beginning? You've put a tremendous amount of work into this, so
No.
Tell me about, just explain what you meant by that.
Yeah, so absolutely, Board Chair, Mayor. So what I said, if I can channel my prior words, is the Super Bowl, as per our agreements that were signed several years ago, is an NFL event that the 49ers have and their STADCO and have the ability to bid for. And it is not like a non-NFL event where we, through our management group, Manco, can put on, or we can assign to another entity like the Bay Area Host Committee. And so Super Bowl will be administered and was administered a combination with the 49ers entities and the Bay Area Host Committee. And what I said was our agreements may not allow us to compel the release of the bid documents. We have asked for them, but if they are not provided, we would need to seek legal advice on the ability to compel. However, we do and intend to initiate negotiations for a government services agreement to make sure that we are reimbursed for all appropriate costs. Your other question was, since May 23rd, when it was announced, and today we've done a lot of work, right? Important to note that all of the staff that have participated on this, and anytime we have conversations around the stadium, time is billed to the Stadium Authority in ensuring our compliance with Measure J. I know that's not your question, Mayor.
No, but this is this is an NFL event, so you're billing it to the NFL side?
Right.
So not the non-NFL side. So I want to know who's paying for all this work that you're doing.
I was getting there, so I totally get the intent of your question.
Specifically.
Right. So know that we're tracking all the costs. Know that there will have to be a determination, like there, in talking to staff that was here, a determination with Super Bowl 50, that some costs, as in the initial pre-planning, may not be reimbursed by other entities. For example, anytime you negotiate an agreement, sometimes the other party doesn't pay for your cost to negotiate that agreement, but they will pay for the cost that you negotiate in that agreement subsequent to that agreement. And so know that I understand the question. We are totally cognizant of that, and we will, when we engage in the governmental services agreement and the other MOUs, be cognizant of all of our pre-planning costs. Also worth noting that there has been money set aside in the state's budget for the Department of Cal OES for pre-planning for FIFA. We don't know that any money has been set aside for pre-planning for NFL, but know that we will tap all possible resources, and I totally understand your question of...
So the answer is unknown at this time? Who's going to pay for this pre-planning?
The answer is unknown at this time, but not the general fund.
Okay. Authority Member Park.
I was doing a little bit of searching because I kind of wanted to know why we were the only we were the only entity that bid on Super Bowl 60, but it seems that since 2017, there's been a change. There's no longer a bidding process for the Super Bowl. Since that time, the owners get together. NFL owners, they approach a team to put together a proposal, and then they vote by secret ballot whether to accept or reject that proposal. So I think that kind of answers the questions about some of the work that was done before. There's been a change to the process. And we've been so caught up in complaining about the place that we aren't looking at the opportunities that they're looking at. I also think that, I'm concerned that there will be costs that we will bear prior to getting reimbursed, but I have full confidence in staff that we will, through the government agreements and through the MOUs, we will negotiate those costs in the future and get adequate compensation. That's what I'm hoping for. So thank you very much.
Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Parker, I guess, was reading my mind about the host selection committee process. It actually changed. There used to be a bunch of bid processes of cities that threw their hat in the ring, usually about 3 cities. And then right about actually Super Bowl 57 last year, they changed that method, which was basically if you became like one of the cities that were in the pre-running before, you became the runner-up for the following Super Bowl. So, and as the city manager stated, Las Vegas, New Orleans, and then now Santa Clara is the backup, because before that it was considered, when New Orleans was being considered prior, they were the front runner. Santa Clara was the backup plan if that didn't work out. Sure enough, the backup plan ends up becoming the next Super Bowl. So the process did change and held in February 2023 and onward. The bidding process is gone. It's now a venue. The venue is selected unilaterally by choosing a team together and hosting proposal. and then the league votes to determine on whether, as Councilmember Park said. So it's kind of a change process. I know that the old days, it used to be a lot more intense and a lot more bidding proposals, but it's a lot different. So thank you, Councilmember Park, for bringing that up. And I'm going to add on to what Mayor Gilmore was saying, which is about, you know, anything that's going on in pre-planning. I mean, I agree with her. I think probably all of us should agree on this, is we should be billing for all those costs, every single pre-cost, because to me, it seems like we're going against what Measure J says. That's my personal opinion. That's how I interpret it. So I hope that when we get to that point that we do somehow bill for these costs, because I know that's a lot of work that you guys put in there.
Thank you. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, Executive Director. I appreciate that you are taking proactive steps and planning all this in advance, basically, given the situation when you came in over here. So that's good, and appreciate you clarifying that general fund is not paying anything of these planning costs. You are taking track of it right now, and I'm glad that you clarified and made it very clear about it. I'm also happy with proactively talking to VTA for providing public transport to these events, and I'm happy for last few events VTA was very proactive, and one of the games, I think they had the highest ever ridership during one of the concerts, basically. And I thank Councilmember Jain for your leadership and your proactive steps for being on the board of VTA, for taking that with the board and taking that with the VTA. I appreciate that. Thank you. And rest assured, like I know we are trying to get all our reimbursement for our planning. Don't forget like that there will be direct or indirect benefits to the whole city businesses. Like we will be earning a lot of indirect sale tax revenue from this thing. And just a recent report, Taylor Swift 2 concerts and Beyonce in concert, I think they added more than $50 million to the overall economic activity in the Bay Area. So that brings some revenue to the small businesses, to the hotels, and we get TOT revenue from that. So we are looking forward to two biggest events, one biggest for United States and one biggest for whole world, basically, FIFA. So looking forward to that. Thank you for your report. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Authority Member Hardy.
I'd like to thank our Executive Director for that very helpful report and answering so many of our questions. So I'd like to make a motion to note and file the report.
How about we go to the public first?
Fine.
All right. So I'm going to go to the public. If any member of the public, please come forward. Welcome back.
There's a long line.
I know.
John Haggerty. First of all, I want to compliment everything that I saw here on this item, everything. I think it was Santa Clara at our finest on all these, especially the executive director answering all the questions. The only question I have remaining, and it was kind of half answered by the executive director, is the necessity of the Bay Area Host Committee. It's a nonprofit. From what I can gather from the executive director is it's a kind of a convenient way of making sure that the government's services are compensated through however they collect the money. But it seems to me like if this is an NFL event, and the NFL has a lot of experience with nationwide, with their Super Bowls, I'm not sure of the necessity for the Bay Area Host Committee. I don't know what it is exactly. I just have a kind of a notion. But it does seem to me like it could be like a case of too many cooks spoiling the broth and kind of a clouding up of responsibilities. The other thing I don't like about it is we have our stadium here. We're Santa Clara. It's not the Bay Area that's doing this, hosting it's the city of Santa Clara. So this Bay Area hosting seems to be like pulling San Francisco and the whole Bay Area into it psychologically. And I don't really see, unless it's necessary for this government funding, funding of government service. If they are earning their keep there, okay. But I just don't like it. I don't know what it is. It seems like too many cooks spoiling the broth, and it seems to be bringing San Francisco into the picture in a way that I don't think is necessary.
Thank you. Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, please.
I do appreciate everybody working together on this. Some of the students I used to work with in a program for folks with developmental disabilities helped, with some of the 49er things. And they got a chance to go see some of the 49er folks show up, and it was a real thrill. It's hurt me as a person who's lived in Santa Clara or worked in Santa Clara for 60 some odd years that there's been so much disruption. And all I'm hoping for, Madam Mayor and City Council, is that we come to a resolution on this. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Do we have any, Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to say that I know San Francisco is the big draw, the Golden Gate cars, that type of thing. I was actually born in San Francisco, so for years back in the 60s, I was growing up, I wanted a new stadium in San Francisco, but the voters kept on turning it down, and moved to Santa Clara with my parents in '73, north side of Santa Clara. Moved there before Great America and the Niner training camp. But I just want to say that that related project, I know the pandemic delayed the opening groundbreaking of that project, and there's been like 3 or 4 other delays after that. I don't know why. I don't know if it's revenge against the city. I don't know what the real reason is, but now I'm hearing that maybe early next year, and I think it'd be crazy to have all this construction going on during a Super Bowl. I'm hoping in the next couple of years, maybe phase 1 and 2 could be completed. Just cross my fingers, because I remember watching that video about your mayor, about how you said that this related project would be the place in the Bay Area that people would want to go to. And if that's true, and phase 1 and 2 were to be completed, I think that we could take a lot of profits away from San Francisco, because a lot of people would want to attend whatever we have here at phase 1 and 2, the retail and restaurants and entertainment. So I think if you guys could push to get that done, the groundbreaking, hopefully get it done soon, in time to be ready for the FIFA and Super Bowl, that'd be great. And I'm also hearing about SoFi Stadium, how I guess their negotiations with FIFA aren't working out, and they might just withdraw from the soccer matches. I don't know if that would eventually go to Las Vegas or Santa Clara, but I don't know what the problem is with SoFi and the negotiations there. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any other public members. Executive Director, your light's on.
Yep. Thank you, Board Chair Gilmore. I just wanted to address Board Member Becker's comment about tracking the cost, the pre-planning costs. His thought that maybe that is a violation of Measure J. I just want to state that we are tracking the cost and currently billing it to the Stadium Authority. And so it's not a violation of Measure J. Measure J clearly says no general fund costs can be funded. And so, but again, I've stated before, I totally understand the intent to make sure that all of the city's costs, to the greatest extent possible, are reimbursed by an outside party, not just the Stadium Authority.
I need to follow up on that, because you're billing it to the Stadium Authority, but that's on our side of the ledger. It should be on the other side of the ledger, on the NFL side of the ledger. And I wanted to talk about the Bay Area Host Committee, because we have no legal arrangements with the Bay Area Host Committee at this time. They're not an entity that you may be talking to them, but we have no legal arrangements with them. What I want to see is to have the proper legal arrangements, to have the proper governmental agreements like we did before, well before pre-planning. I want to see that happen. I think that's not unreasonable to ask for documents. I've seen nothing. But I also want to see more events down here for Super Bowl. Last time, all the events were in San Francisco and some in San Jose. We had to create our own events. And I think that I would like to see more events down here, more opportunities to have some financial success for our businesses and our small businesses. And this goes for World Cup as well. Not just game day. We don't want just game day. We need other events that, that benefit our community, that our community can be involved in. And looking for ways that we can benefit financially through our convention center or other of our city assets that we can use, that we don't have to hand over to, well, we don't have to do anything. We have no agreements. We don't actually have to hand over anything at this point. We're in the driver's seat. So things where we can generate income and that are more exciting and fun for us, because I think a lot of us were disappointed last time because we didn't have the events that we thought we were going to get. So I want to say that, but I think one thing that we all should be cognizant of is that if Blue Lot is developed by the Kylie project, is that the Blue Lot? We lose all that parking, and if it's under development, think about it. There's going to have to be a real strategic public transportation areas, because that's going to be a huge issue if all those lots start to be developed and we lose all that parking, which we know is coming. We know it's coming. It's just a matter of when. So I wanted to point that out, and I think that's it for now. So we have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, we have Wanda. I'm sorry. City Attorney, go ahead.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to add a little bit of legal framework around some of the discussions we've had regarding the nature of this event under our existing contracts and the opportunity for reimbursement of costs. It's actually Section 21 of the stadium lease that deals with the Super Bowl event. It's Article 21, and it affords the Stadco the right to pursue a Super Bowl as an NFL event, and it will be treated as an NFL event under our agreement with them, which means we would be entitled to reimbursement of all of our public safety costs. It does, however, contemplate entering into what's defined as a league event agreement with the Stadium Authority and potentially others, and it actually expressly refers to like a local, host committee. And that league event agreement can modify, subject to approval of all parties, including us, what the normal terms would be of the NFL event allocation of costs. For Super Bowl 50, that concept was implemented through an agreement I think you're at least familiar with, Mayor, the Government Services Agreement.
And we passed resolutions. Yeah, I'm very familiar with all
that. Yeah, and what that did was, as you'll recall, outlines a meet and confer process to develop the security plan and the budget, which, as you all know, is extraordinary, for Super Bowl events. It does provide for the reimbursement of costs, in that case from the Bay Area Host Committee, who'd be out raising money for those costs. It does at least refer in that previous agreement to the reimbursement of planning costs with respect to public safety planning, and not necessarily all the different kinds of planning, that we're contemplating now, but we hear an interest, obviously, in obtaining that as a reimbursement provision. It has mediation of dispute provisions. It does eliminate certain ticket surcharges for the NFL policy, but attempts to kind of replace that with legacy fund fees.
Excuse me, are you reading the last governmental service?
Yeah, I'm talking about.
But that's not in our agreement. That's all negotiated. So
that's exactly.
You're taking the Super Bowl 50 agreement. That's not the agreement. We can have our own agreement.
Mayor, you're absolutely right. I'm just giving you examples of the kinds of things.
I'm sorry. For the public's sake, you said you were looking at our contracts. So I want to make sure that's not our stadium contracts. It's in that separate
No, it's not, Mayor, and I'm sorry if I wasn't clear about describing that. This is our government services agreement from Super Bowl 50 that I'm outlining. And it's the kinds of things that were, negotiated as an example of the kinds of things that would be reasonably expected to be negotiated now. There's other provisions in it. I won't go into it. There was a point about TOT and the desire to make sure we receive TOT. In that agreement, it actually, per NFL policy, exempted the NFL staff and people who were using, hotel rooms, within Santa Clara from that, with an effort to replace that with an in lieu fee, with cooperation of the Bay Area Host Committee. So potentially we'll be needing to cross that, bridge as well. Again, it does explicit.
All of those things are to be negotiated. I don't want this council, the public, or anyone to believe that we have to do those things.
No, that's absolutely right, Mayor. And again, pardon me, I'm giving examples of how this was negotiated before. I'm hearing different interests and opportunities to negotiate, of course, potentially better terms for this particular agreement. But I wanted to give a frame of reference of what was done the last time that this was done. So I'll stop there, Madam Mayor, but that is how this process is contemplated with our existing agreements. That is how we did it previously. The thought now would be we would be negotiating terms like those, better than those, with other categories of things that you've identified in order to implement this event. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And the difference is we did that before we put the bid in. So well over 3 years in advance of the Super Bowl, and we're coming up to 2 years. It's just a lot of planning, as the executive director has outlined. It's a lot of work. Wanda, go ahead, Wanda.
Wanda Buck, Mayor, Council, and staff, I want to thank you for the challenges of pursuing our city getting the most money possible with the most pride, and you all working as a team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wanda. Authority Member Becker, did you have a motion?
It was Councilmember Hardy, and I was going to second it. I don't know if anyone else did.
Yeah, I made the motion to second, note and file the report.
We have a motion and a second. Authority Member Park?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment because we do have a member of the public who asked the question. And I think that, whether we like it or not, they're still the San Francisco 49ers, not the San Francisco 49ers of Santa Clara. And, much love to Taylor Swift and Beyonce and to Ed Sheeran for bringing it to Santa Clara, like they knew where they were. But at the same time, I think the city manager, the executive director also mentioned that, we'll host the game, but there are a lot of other events that are happening. We don't have the resources to host Fan Fest, for example. A lot of that planning is being done outside of the city. There's a lot more to it. And we host the Super Bowl, but the Super Bowl is not going to be a city event. I think it's going to be a regional event, an area event. And I think that for that reason, the planning will create, may include local committees like the Bay Area Host Committee. I don't think that it's improper for that to happen. I'm welcome to be told otherwise, but I just want to make it very clear that there's a lot more going on outside of Santa Clara as well as inside of Santa Clara. And again, as somebody that during Super Bowl 50, my complaint was there was nothing in the north side. There was very little to keep the people who were attending Super Bowl, to keep them in the city. A lot of people left almost immediately. They were going to neighboring cities. I won't mention them because Santa Clara is the only thing that they should be thinking about. But I really hope that Related has something up, and it looks like they will, for the people coming to the event, leaving the event, for them to go to, for them to sit, wait, do things. I think that area is going to be big, and I think that Lafayette, we just talked about the bike route along Lafayette. I believe that that's going to be a very big and very busy area, and I hope that even if it's for temporary, we think about how we can add temporary pathways to that area to make it easier for the people who come to this event, even if we don't finish or intend to finish or even intend to start the full developments there. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, when you're ready. Motion and a second to note and file. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Next, we have the informational report on FIFA World Cup 2026 update.
All right, back again. Thank you, Mayor, Board Chair, City Council, and members of the Stadium Authority Board. To the public, both here and at home, again, Javon Grogan, in this role, Executive Director of the Stadium Authority, and we are here to provide you with an update on our planning for World Cup 2026, the games that will occur in the city of Santa Clara. I need the clicker. I won't take the clicker with me. Okay, presentation agenda, we will have a background. We will skim over our structure because it is virtually identical at this point, although it will change. We'll talk about some key stakeholder meetings. The Bay Area Host Committee and VTA will talk a little bit about why FIFA is not on this list as of yet. We will then talk about our information sharing agreement that you know you authorize us to go out and negotiate, and we have been successful at that, where we are on gathering the appropriate documents and next steps. So first, I just want to go over at a high level your guiding principles, your meaning that you adopted them at the meeting on May 23rd. And know that staff looks at these frequently and are intently focused on them. I won't read all of the language here, but I'll just highlight that number one is about positively highlighting the city of Santa Clara and celebrating our rich diversity. Two is about ensuring that all event costs, pre and post, are reimbursed. Three is ensuring direct benefits to the Santa Clara community and businesses. Four is about communication with our residential neighborhoods and the larger community. Five is ensuring that there are specific benefits to our youth and adult soccer. We all know that we have a wonderful youth soccer complex right next to the stadium, and there are kids every week that utilize that facility. Six is about seeking revenue-generating events and full utilization, or frankly, as much as possible for our convention center and our other recreation facilities, as well as colleges and school facilities within the city, and having the ensuring that there's no impact on the general fund. That should actually say no negative impact on the general fund. Seek mitigation for city and stadium authority financial risks. 8 is really about ensuring transparency. And 9 is a pledge, and the council spent some time talking about this and added this to the list, and it's a pledge that the Santa Clara City Council, the Stadium Authority Board, city staff will follow the law and act ethically and transparently with the expectation that other parties will do the same. So those are guiding principles that you adopted, and we're working with them. So just a note on FIFA, I know you know this, but I sometimes forget this is America's FIFA. 3 countries, 16 cities, 48 teams participating. There are 3 cities in Mexico, 2 cities in Canada, and a total of 11 cities in the US. And of course, we are that box in red that says San Francisco Bay Area. And Levi Stadium in the city of Santa Clara will host the game. And we've just talked about the desire to ensure that there are additional events for the local community and for Super Bowl, and I assume that follows suit here, so noted. The next slide just gives us 4 articles that we could have picked many more, but we just wanted to highlight 4. And really what we're saying is it's been widely reported that FIFA's organizational structure to execute on World Cup 2026 has hit some snags, and they are still very much finding their way. There was an article that unfortunately the person that they had selected to some great fanfare to lead the World Cup in the Americas departed not long ago. That was their World Cup chief operating officer. A number of cities are frustrated with the pace over FIFA preparations and worried. And then an article just a few days ago that SoFi is questioning or is having very challenging negotiations with hosting FIFA World Cup at the LA Stadium. Something we all know, but just wanted to highlight that because it frankly has affected our planning and the pace of our negotiations with the information sharing agreement. Another just note or highlight on what we know. And so the tournament date and schedule still tentative, but 48 teams, 16 cities, a total of 104 matches. Projected dates are tentative, so mid-June to mid-July, just under a 40-day tournament schedule. Match allocation was supposed to be due out in September. It is nearing the end of September and we don't have it. And so that date was changed to fall 2023, and so we know how long fall is. But we are hoping to receive that allocation as soon as possible. But it's important to note that we are expecting that there may be anywhere between 3 to 8 matches in Santa Clara. Worth noting, the prior slide that we just noted about challenging negotiations at SoFi Stadium is likely playing into this. And until they know exactly what stadiums they will be at, there's obviously some challenges allocating those 104 matches across. And so note that there are some challenges that we are not a part of, but that are very much affecting us. Next slide talks about our major events management structure. Again, this is the structure that we put in place to manage the large events in 26, Super Bowl, and all of the FIFA games. And I won't talk about our executive leadership team for that steering committee because we already talked about that. And I won't go through this org structure because we already talked about that. However, I will say that there is a lot of joint planning going on right now because we are in this pre-planning stage. And so we've talked about a little bit when we did the NFL update, but it's also important to note that we are looking at, for example, impacts on some of our capital improvement projects. The City Council knows well that we have a very large Silicon Valley power expansion project that will happen at the North Substation right next to Levi's. And that project, as per schedule, will be under construction in 26. And so as we continue to work towards that, we need to think about that and know that we've taken stock of that as well as other projects, a major planning project for Great America Parkway that in the normal scheme of things will be done in 2026. And so we're wondering, is there the ability to front load that or potentially push that back? No decisions made. Certainly we'd love to do it sooner, and we'll be talking to a number of our partners for that, as well as various contracts that the city has because of the intense work leading up to, but certainly in the beginning part of 2026, some of our contracts that would normally be negotiated or expire around that time, we need to think proactively about that, get ahead of the curve. And so we are taking an inventory of that, and we'll be developing a systematic process to make sure that we can do that so that we can effectively accomplish the goals that you are setting for us and the goals that the community expects from us. Meetings with Bay Area Host Committee. I won't go through the full overview of the Bay Area Host Committee, but it has been talked about before that they're a nonprofit organization intently focused on bringing large events to the Bay Area. There's a new executive director that was, or president and CEO that was hired this year with that focus, as well as their board was expanded with that focus. And so they are the host committee that has submitted the bid. We being the city of Santa Clara did send a letter back on August 31st of 2017 saying that we declare our strong interest in being a host for the 2026 World Cup games in the event that North America is selected. And so we know that that occurred. And so those bid documents went in 2017, 2018. Our meetings with the Bay Area Host Committee, just want to note a few things that we're in what we're calling the early stage planning process, really immediately focused on operations and field of play, really a learning effort before we start to negotiate the document so we have the full complement of things that we need to be cognizant of. Know that the Bay Area Host Committee is, we're planning a FIFA site visit for early November, so the date is not set, but early November this year is what we're targeting, and we said before that a tour by NFL early December. So beginning of November, beginning December, we will be busy with these visits. But conversations around commercial matters, assets that will be sold, and sponsorships. accommodations, host city overview, understanding everything that the host city intends to do and what their goals and objectives are. Again, just providing us good information. Match operations, stadium, IT, broadcast, last mile security, Fan Fest, again, likely not in Santa Clara, or at least a large Fan Fest, but wanting to be engaged in those conversations, I think largely for the reasons that were mentioned, ensuring that there is some participation for Santa Clara there. Next is, while we do not have all of the documents, and I want to make that point clear, and we are working toward that, we have been made aware that the field of play is an issue. And so the current pitch at Levi Stadium is 64 meters by 105 meters, and that does not meet FIFA standards. They require 68 meters by 105. And so we know that modifications are possible to Levi Stadium in order to meet that requirement. But that may come at a cost and have a timing issue. And so we are now aware of that, and we'll be digging into that and looking further. It is not in the agreements that we have received yet. Next, I want to note that a number of intergovernmental conversations are happening, and certainly significant federal integration. And so while we have not been a part of them, we do know that there have been meetings at the White House, or conversations that the White House is convening. And the process here really begins with match allocation, right? We all need that information in order to plan. But the White House really has made it a focus on ensuring that these U.S. World Cup games are a success, and plan to establish a working group. And so once the match allocation is known, once the SEER rating is known, which is a special event assessment rating, typically goes 1 to 5, 1 being the highest. We certainly know that the Super Bowl will be a SEER 1, as it was, which comes with the highest allocation of national or federal and interagency support. Until we have the match allocation, we will not know what SEER rating the World Cup games will receive, and that will certainly impact what resources we receive from other governmental agencies, thus impact what resources we need to provide locally. There's also a conversation planned at the U.S. Conference of Mayors Conference that is scheduled to take place January 17th through the 19th. I know Mayor Gilmore attends annually and plans to attend, and so a number of the mayors from all the 11 cities are planning to be there with host committee representation. And so there's interest at various different levels, and certainly there'll be ongoing planning thereafter. I'll soon turn the presentation over to the attorney. However, I want to note that progress has been made since we last talked to you on May 23rd in obtaining the appropriate World Cup documents. However, we don't have all of them. And so while progress has been made since we last met, we have concerns with the content of some of the documents that we have received. We have not received all of the pertinent documents. However, our initial review has revealed that significant commitments were made by representatives of the 49ers. And so we have reviewed the documents that we have been provided, and while we still need to acquire additional documents, and we will not know the full extent of the commitments that have been made on the city and stadium authority's behalf without consent. What we know now is that there are some concerns that the attorney will talk about, and it appears that those commitments were made by a senior representative of the 49ers in their capacity as a representative for Manco, our stadium manager, as well as in their position with the Bay Area Host Committee in 2018. And so this was prior to changes in staffing at Manco that occurred within the last year, as well as prior to hiring of the new leadership at the Bay Area Host Committee and the expansion of their board. But what we know is commitments were made, and we need to address those. And so it is also important to note that while we have concerns about those commitments, it is our focus, unless directed otherwise, to continue to move forward to understand the full extent of those commitments and begin to negotiate resolutions to those that fully protect the city, the Stadium Authority, and ensure that the World Cup games that are set to occur here will be a success for the larger community. And so with that, I will turn it over to the city attorney that will go into greater detail about the work that has been done to negotiate the information sharing agreement, as well as the receipt of the documents that we've already have received and released. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Madam Chair, happy to be in front of you tonight, present you an update on the information sharing agreement and where we're at with the documents. As City Manager updated you, we did proceed after your direction on May 23rd to negotiate an information sharing agreement with the FIFA, the 49ers organizations, and the Bay Area Host Committee. That was finalized in early August, effective as of August 1st. Shortly after that, we shared a copy with you of the information sharing agreement. The agreement's important since it establishes the framework for timely sharing of information relevant to the World Cup 2026 event, and really for the first time gives us the benefit of a specific contractual commitment by all of those parties to provide us the documents that we need. We didn't have that before that, and we were left with potentially other unclear remedies to pursue that. So I don't want to understate that or undervalue that. It's an important element of progress. Other key elements of the information sharing agreement, detailed in probably gruesome detail, and you've heard all this before from me. In your RTC, there are 3 different categories of documents with varying levels of possession or digital access and public disclosure requirements, depending upon whether or not the city or the Stadium Authority are parties to that agreement, and whether or not those agreements have direct impact on the city of Santa Clara or resources. A lot of the agreements, right, relate to other kinds of things that don't directly impact us. The agreement also includes provisions as allowed by the Public Records Act to keep confidential information confidential, not disclose it to the public. Examples of that would be information concerning sensitive public safety issues, ongoing negotiations where terms are still being negotiated around the country with various venues, or information that is considered proprietary to FIFA. Those things will not be disclosed publicly. The documents that we obtain are to be shared and available to be shared with all city relevant personnel, subject to execution of written acknowledgements of obligations to comply with that agreement. That means all the agreements, not just the redacted ones, all the agreements that we obtain in unredacted form will be available to relevant personnel. You, of course, are identified as relevant personnel, and you, I think, all by now have copies of the acknowledgement form, which is pretty straightforward. That's expected to be signed, just acknowledging, the obligations to maintain those documents confidentially, and I think I've gotten them back from most of you at this point. The agreement also provides that the City Stadium Authority will coordinate with FIFA, the Bay Area Host Committee, and the stadium manager as necessary to identify appropriate elements of those agreements that should be redacted, and to coordinate any responses to Public Records Act requests that we might get. That's a very typical provision in confidentiality agreements that I have experience with. Status of the documents. We currently possess the stadium agreement, a full unredacted version of that. The redacted version has already been provided to you, as you know. It's also been provided to the public. An unredacted version will be provided to the council once we get the signed acknowledgements from all of you and set up the appropriate digital platform to manage, your access to that. But you'll be able to view the document and evaluate it, and obviously we'll be discussing all of this with you in much greater detail at future meetings. There is another important document that relates to the direct obligations of the Stadium Authority. That's the addendum to the stadium agreement. We also have a full version of that. What we don't have yet, but we're expecting to get shortly, are that's not true. We were, and this is an update as of when this went to print, we were awaiting proposed redactions to allow release of the addendum to the stadium agreement to the City Council and to the public. At 5:46 today, I actually received those proposed redactions. And so we'll be able to finalize that pretty quickly and get a copy of at least that version of you over to you and to the public. And that agreement, in effect, refines and elaborates on the underlying terms of the stadium agreement. The things we still need, but that we're expected to obtain very soon, is the host city agreement and the addendum to the host city agreement. You may recall this is an agreement that Bay Area Host Committee actually entered into with FIFA that describes a variety of the obligations that they are committing to in and throughout the entire region. Clearly has implications for things that we're expected to provide as well, but we're not directly bound by. But clearly we need to obtain a copy of that. We currently possess only the raw form of the host city agreement that was submitted by, we believe, essentially every venue that was seeking to host the World Cup 2026 event. Once we have finalization of the Intralinks digital access system that's being set up in order to give us digital access to this agreement, won't become a public record, but we'll all be able to look at it in all of its unredacted form. That agreement will be provided to us. We don't need to wait for any redactions. It's just really a question of us finalizing this digital platform. I've been a little frustrated by how long that's been taken. I thought we had it worked out. I understand FIFA is just the final party that needs to approve the cost sharing, for that Intralinks digital platform. Our IT director has worked, with them to make sure that it provides appropriate security and that the interface, is good so that it won't be too cumbersome for you to access. So that should be finalized soon, and then we'll also have host city agreement and the addendum to the host city agreement. Another key document that was alluded to by the city manager is the proposed stadium construction renovation plan. There is an expectation that there will be some improvements that are required. Everyone's hoping not that much, but based on conversation I had with my counterpart, General Counsel, over at Manco today, they do acknowledge that any kind of improvements that would be proposed would be subject to Stadium Authority, this board's approval before, that would become a cost of the Stadium Authority. We, of course, are still waiting for the proposed allocation of the games, which is a very significant piece of information, which games we're going to get, when those are going to be scheduled in terms of our planning, and that's expected this fall or the winter time. Important to note that above and beyond, of course, our obligations to provide these documents pursuant to the Public Records Act, the city managers made a commitment that all these documents will be posted and available on the city's website. So the information sharing agreement, the stadium agreement, and the addendum in redacted forms, of course, because they're being made available to the public. Any other information that's obtained that's a public record will all be posted and available for public review in addition to your review. And I know there's been concern, and we have it too, about redacted economic information, in some of the agreements. While that is not public information at this time, in my view, it will become public information and will need to be shared, not just with you, but with the public, prior to you making any commitments to assume any of those obligations and to allocate, what those costs are between what parties. And so that ultimately will be public as well. Some stadium agreement basics. Again, you've got You have in your possession already the redacted version. Some of you noted that the agreement was entered into between the USS Federation, the U.S. Soccer Federation, and Manco. Since then, though, their obligations have been assigned to FIFA. FIFA created a local entity that's going to implement this event here in the United States. And so FIFA is now the party to that agreement, with Manco acting on our behalf. This agreement, as we understand it, was entered into and submitted as part of the bid back in 2018. In effect, every city or venue seeking to be a host for the World Cup 2026 entered into a substantially similar, version of this agreement. And so that was how that came into being back in 2018. The stadium agreement sets forth FIFA's terms and requirements for the stadium infrastructure and operations in connection with the World Cup event. It also provides initial terms for the allocation of events costs and revenues. There are multiple provisions, as City Manager indicated, that present challenges to the city and the Stadium Authority, as these commitments were made several years ago and without City or Stadium Authority direct input or approval. And these terms and conditions will absolutely need to be addressed, going forward in negotiations. Some of these include the fact that capital improvements are required within the stadium, essentially at FIFA's discretion. Whatever they say needs to be done if you want to host the event there. It's still unclear exactly what these improvements are going to be. As I understand it from Manco's general counsel, that is still a work in progress. Although certain modifications will need to be made, it is their indication that their intent and hope will be that they will not be substantial, and they will ultimately be subject to your approval. There's also provisions in the stadium agreement that preserves for FIFA exclusive branding and signage rights with respect to the stadium. As you all know, we've actually entered into a naming rights agreement with Levi's. These rights of FIFA potentially conflict with Levi's rights. That will need to be worked out. The final hosting requirements that are referenced in the stadium agreement are also still to be determined and have not been finalized yet by FIFA. Again, while we're not in possession of the final executed host city agreement, we're expecting to get that soon. And while it's not binding on the city, there are potential significant responsibilities there that will also need to be addressed. There's many other provisions in the stadium agreement, both general and specific, that are highly favorable to FIFA. This is clearly FIFA used to dictating terms, to people who want to host these events. They have reservation of rights to determine requirements in their sole discretion, really kind of late into the process. And so definitely concerns there. So those issues will need to be, identified and ultimately addressed by us as part of our negotiations of what we expect to be the terms of an assignment and assumption agreement entered into with the Bay Area Host Committee, with some or all of these obligations assigned and assumed by the Bay Area Host Committee so that they won't become Stadium Authority burdens, and all of that is subject to negotiation. So before I turn it back over to the city manager, I'll just reiterate, we obviously still don't have everything we need, but we have a lot of what we need, right now, and we're diving into that. The information sharing agreement is a strong platform for us to obtain the rest of the documents that we need, and that while all of us, city manager and myself and the team and you all, I know, have been frustrated by the pace of this, it appears that the key pieces to this are either in our possession or imminent, with just a couple of things still to be set up. And there clearly was delays caused by the number of parties involved, the number of lawyers involved, the fact that FIFA is involved and kind of is used to getting their way, and some concerns that they expressed about, you know, confidentiality issues, which we think we've navigated in a reasonable way, and are looking forward to taking the next steps towards implementation of the agreement. I'll turn it back over to the city manager.
Thank you, Glenn. So just to close us out, our next steps. So we are, as we've articulated, beginning to peel back the layers of the onion and understand the full extent of the commitments. But our next steps are really a continued commitment to ensure compliance with Measure J and ensure that the city is reimbursed for all related services for events that occur at Levi Stadium. Next, obtain key information related to the World Cup matches that will be held at Levi's. Anticipated, this says fall, winter. I think that's us hedging our bet. But the information that we have from FIFA is fall, and we certainly hope it's as soon as possible. Obtain key hosting requirements that will factor into overall cost and the impacts, and we've just discussed those. Next, as has been discussed, we intend to launch negotiations to identify and document all responsible parties, and we discussed an assumption agreement. What exactly goes into that agreement and what other agreements may surround that agreement is still to come, but certainly we need to initiate that process ASAP and intend to do so. And lastly, continue to advocate and assert the city and stadium authority's interest to obtain all relevant documents, identify all proposed duties, costs, and benefits for the event or events, plural, and determine the appropriate roles and responsibilities for all parties to host a successful World Cup for the Santa Clara community, and to ensure that we put our best foot forward as the international spotlight will certainly be on Santa Clara. And again, work with you as the board and as the city council to ensure that we are achieving the goals that you set and aligning to your guiding principles. So with that, thank you for allowing us to provide this update, and we will answer questions.
We have some. Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Executive Director. I keep calling you City Manager during this section, but thank you, Executive Director. So there's a lot of things, I guess, I'm going to say ditto that or second that from the prior Super Bowl conversations, but I'm going to add on to a lot of these others, which have, you know, piqued my interest a lot more, and I know it probably has piqued others on this council. Shouldn't the commitments or the hosting requirements be a right, knowing that we are basically have a taxpayer-funded stadium? So, you know, I think we should have that right to immediately see it if we are on the hook for this event. Have you communicated with any other cities as mentioned in the articles, like the Sophie Stadium, and what they're going through and what their issues are? Has any other cities gotten all the documents? I know this was mentioned a little bit in the Chronicle, but it wasn't really clear. Has any other cities gotten all the documents? Is there lots of redactions in theirs and lots of unknowns? And basically, yeah, other cities have the same issues. Did the 49ers authorize without permission, or did they have permission? I'm hearing two different narratives consistently in the media. Either they had the authority, they didn't have the authority, and I just want to make sure we're on the same page here. Would you say that FIFA is would you say it's FIFA that is a lot of the holdup, or would you say it's the 49ers' lack of trust? And let's see, upgrades to the stadium authority. So this is kind of a twofold one right here. Upgrades to the stadium authority, upgrades to the stadium, would we be reimbursed for that? Any of it, including any of those upgrades that are required by FIFA, which is the capital improvements. I really want to know if those are going to be reimbursed, because that kind of concerns me, that I hope we're not paying for that, or if the 49ers or the Bay Area Host Committee will pay for it. Branding. My last question is about branding. What if there's a major conflict where we have an issue where we can't remove certain branding? What does that do? Does it put us in a really bad situation of where we can lose the games or we can have a violation of an agreement? So those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Executive Director and Stadium Council. And thank you for the job you have done till now. I know the circumstances has been tough and you're not getting information, but you're doing your best to get us the information. I appreciate all the efforts you have done. I have two questions. One was on slide 19 and also on the our agenda report, signage, that they need the stadium to be without any signage. And we have one of the best agreement within the stadium authority is our naming rights signage. We get almost, if I'm not mistaken, $7 million every year, and the whole contract is worth close to $150 million. So whatever information we have right now, are we trying to contact Levi's and updating them, hey, this is, I know we don't have all the information, but proactively I would suggest that we should be taking them into confidence and talking to them what happened, like how we can resolve that, basically. So there's a pretty big chunk of money which we don't want to lose. There's a very solid money we're getting. And I know Councilmember Becker does that, reconstruction of the stadium, like instead of 64 meters, we are going to 68 or something, 68 by 105 meters. So that additional whatever meters we are trying to, we might have to demolish some sides or something. And keeping in view the Bay Area Host Committee is raising all the funds and advertising, I would like that Stadium Authority gets full reimbursement for whatever charges we are incurring on that, basically. Those are my two questions, basically. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, I had the same concern as Member Chahal. You know, they want the stadium to be clean with no logos and nothing. Can we still call it Levi's? My other question is, there's a couple of, the stadium agreement is in our packet, and it's 97 pages long. And I had a question about a few terms. Who's the member association? Is that MANCO or BAHC? Has the 2026 FWC entity been established yet? And has this stadium agreement been signed and completed by both sides? And I guess by both sides, would that be FIFA and MANCO, or FIFA and the city, or the Stadium Authority? I'm trying to understand who needs to sign the stadium agreement. And, I read through this agreement, and it commits the city to a lot of pretty crazy things, so I have concerns about that. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Board Chair. So, yeah, I have a question regarding the non-redacted portion of the agreement that you've obviously been able to see, and wanting to know if there are any conflicts of interest or self-dealing. Have you come across anything that indicates conflicts of interest or self-dealing? Have other electeds in other cities had to sign the acknowledgement agreement, or is that just something specific to Santa Clara? Regarding the temporary renaming of the stadium, based on the agreement the signage agreement that we have with Levi's, the city is supposed to host X amount of events a year at the stadium as a result. And I'm wondering if we have to commit to, I don't know, as many as 8 matches, is that going to impact our ability to be able to host events under the name of Levi's Stadium and meet our agreement, the signage agreement that we have with Levi's? Let me see. And then, again, going back, and it's come up a couple of times about SoFi Stadium and the owners wanting to possibly back out because they're concerned about the revenue and things not materializing at this point that were promised. And so, but from what I read, it sounded like they weren't just speaking on behalf of SoFi, they're concerned about other cities and stadiums as well. So I'm wondering if you have heard anything or if there have been any communications in that respect. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions. One, I'm going to go back to the grand jury report. The finding or recommendation 4A. The City Stadium Authority should request that the 49ers provide a report on the status of the commitments made to the FIFA event. The recommendation should be implemented by February 1st. Another recommendation, the City Stadium Authority should evaluate if the FIFA event poses risks to the City Stadium Authority, including specifically the risks outlined by the former city manager regarding security costs and the nature of declarations required of the host city. And the council board here will start by requesting a review of the bid proposal by February 1st, 2023. So by February 1st, we asked the management company, Manco, to present copies of what they signed for the bid proposal. So far, we haven't gotten it. I requested way back when that the council I suggested subpoenas to get those documents. And I was comfortable with that because I thought we could get them, post haste. They were done in 2017 or 18. They're already in existence, and we would get them quickly. But I think this process that's been laid out, and I know I have gotten a redacted stadium agreement. I haven't read it, but I think I'm told if I don't sign something, I can't get the unredacted stadium agreement, but our staff has the unredacted stadium agreements, but I can, as the chair of the Stadium Authority Board and the board members, we can't get it unless we sign something. I just have to say that our board, our council has gotten confidential information for decades, years, 100 years or so. But now it's different. So I'm wondering, with the process that has been outlined, does our staff believe that this is I guess, would you describe the pace that we're moving to get these documents that were signed back in 2017 that involve us? Are we at the right pace? Or maybe we should look at the subpoena suggestion that I had, a few months ago. So those are my questions. Is there anybody else? All right. When you're ready, there's a lot going on here.
There is a lot, and we're going to tag team.
And I want to finish this meeting by midnight, so.
You're not the only one.
Well, no, and I know we have a whole group sitting over here to talk about an event that included the public. I know we've had public members here, and they were online, they've already gone, right? And I'm going to hate to say this because you've been sitting here all night, but even if you do make a presentation and we have it close to midnight, I'm going to ask you to come back again and repeat it so that it's at a reasonable hour so the public can come back. So I'm throwing that out there now. I feel so bad that you're sitting there. I didn't realize all of this is going to take so long. So city manager, what do you suggest?
Sure. I think we can run through the Q&A real quick and then go to the next item. And then if you would like staff to also provide that presentation later, we can.
I'd put it on another council meeting up early because
certainly do that.
It's not fair on the north side people that wanted to come and participate.
Sure, we can certainly do that.
Okay. But I want to finish by midnight, so let's go.
Okay. right, so first question by Anthony Becker related to documents and the agreements. I'll just say that I started here at the wonderful city of Santa Clara on May 1, and there were significant concerns and discussions that predated me by several years, actually, about documents. And as we have gone through this process, it has taken significant amounts of time to work with the parties. The reasons for that, I won't pretend to know all of them, but I will say that in conversations related to these documents and conversations related to others, there's been a question about confidentiality, and specifically about if we provide documents to the city of Santa Clara, will they be confidential? And what can we do to ensure that they will remain confidential? And I know the city attorney or board counsel has worked intently on that, and that was a significant part of the negotiations for the information sharing agreement, and candidly as a part of the process now, because we are instituting a new electronic system, not just to provide, I actually don't think it's really staff, but to provide other parties with assurances that when we provide documents to the council, that we have signed documents because they contain confidential information that has a business relationship that we're not a part of, but we've asked for them. And we've been very clear saying, we want the full complement of documents. We just don't want your representation of what's in the documents. And we want many of those fully unredacted. And they have said, okay, but many of these documents include things that the city is not party to. They affect our business interest with other venues. And so we will do that, but you have to ensure that those documents will remain confidential. And so as a part of that, I can let the city attorney talk about his process to negotiate and why there is a acknowledgement that's required that I think was a part of another question.
Very good, thank you. What are you again? Executive Director, City Manager. I think that's a good description, and I say that there's a certain level of frustration in the process in getting us to where we got, but I don't really mean that as an indictment of the individual attorneys involved. They're actually very professional, good people, and have presented their issues and concerns in a, I think, thoughtful and appropriate way. And some of it is a product of elevated concerns, probably by the maybe elevated by 49ers, issues and concerns, but clearly shared by FIFA as well, that information that they were providing us that they believe to be highly confidential, that they're indicating they're not providing, to other actual jurisdictions. And a lot of the different setups are differently, right? It's not always publicly owned stadiums, a lot of it's privately owned. But they expressed very real concerns about that. And to remember, Watanabe, your point about our other jurisdictions being asked, to sign acknowledgement forms, I don't know that. It was really a solution that we thought was not unreasonable in the end to a elevated concern about confidentiality, where I was insisting that if for whatever reason the city or stadium authority were to violate its agreement and a confidential document was revealed, I didn't want there to be monetary consequences or damages to us. And they're like, well, how do we know you're going to comply with the agreement? What can we do in order to, assure that people recognize the seriousness of this? And so as part of that negotiation, this concept of an acknowledgement, form, was delivered. So it was really a trade-off. And it's not just you that's being asked to sign them. All relevant personnel are being asked to sign them. I've signed one. City manager has signed one. So it's really not you being targeted so much by that. It's just a general requirement for everybody in order to address what they've identified as an elevated concern about, confidentiality. Was that what more you wanted me to add on that? Okay, keep going. Yeah.
Have we communicated with other cities? Yes. Actually, on Saturday, I leave for the International City County Management Association's annual conference in Austin, Texas. We actually had discussions about setting up meetings there with other cities. Just due to timing, it wasn't possible, but we have not dropped that as an idea, and would certainly like to gather other cities together. And a number of the other cities, I know the city managers via other relationships in the past, associations, or serving on boards together. Have other cities released documents, or have other host organizations released documents? Certainly, I do believe that there is a document that is publicly available for Los Angeles. Why that document was out there, I don't know, or the circumstances surrounding that, I'm not sure. I do not, the attorney may know, I do not know that that these documents are widely available in all the other 10 U.S. cities. Actually, I know that to not be the case, having sort of looked for them and engaged in conversations with others. But I know the attorney knows more because he has been intimately a part of those negotiations with FIFA.
Yeah, not much more. My understanding is the same as yours. My understanding of why the City of LA version of the host city agreement was a public document is because they were being asked to be the host city and would be a party to that agreement. And they would know that as a public entity being a direct party to that agreement, it would need to be made public. So it was made public about in connection with their evaluation of whether or not to serve in the host city capacity. In our case, the host city is not a public agency. It was as part of the bid submittal, the Bay Area Host Committee, and so not us. And so, again, there's a lot of different unique circumstances throughout the country with different ownerships and relationships to either the stadiums or the host city obligations that explain some of that.
Okay, sure. Next question, there was a question just to clarify. Did Manco or the 49ers exceed their authority, or did they actually have the authority to sign the document? Let me say that certainly Manco, as our stadium manager, has the ability to host non-NFL agreements, and I think we've talked about earlier today, has the benefit. We don't have a right of refusal. Our agreements actually provide them with significant powers to go out, solicit, and host events. However, it is our reading of these agreements that they did extend beyond what is normal and customary, and place, as we've discussed tonight, significant risk, and actually contradict some of the other agreements that we have in place, our naming rights agreement. And so we do think that it extended beyond their normal authority and their normal capacity as a stadium manager. Important to note that these agreements were signed in 2017, 2018. Also, as I and the attorney has mentioned, back at that time, it's our understanding that nearly every other stadium that was selected, of the 10 in the U.S. that were selected, or others that were bidding, signed a very similar agreement. And if you did not commit to that agreement, you would not have been considered. And so certainly we were not consulted, to my understanding, nor made fully aware. And the reality is what the reality is, I believe. And again, we won't know the full extent until we have the addendum and all the other documents.
Through the chair, I wanted to follow up on that specific question right there. Do you know what any of the consequences would be if they did exceed their authority?
I don't think that that's appropriate for this venue. Okay. And know that we need to fully assess that, and we need all the documents, right, to fully assess. And that's not to say that there are not solutions and negotiated remediations for risk and assignment of risk that can occur. But certainly, as we discussed, and I'll get into another question about naming rights. I think there were a number of questions surrounding our naming rights with Levi's. Have they been made aware? Yes. Do we see it as a challenge? Yes, we've articulated that. What eventually comes of that is a TBD. We certainly know that if you're planning a major event at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, the Levi's name is important. And so we will certainly work through that. why that clause, which is frankly very broad in the agreement that we've reviewed, is there. Were those discussions really around naming agreements or other sponsorships or brandings? We don't know. But I think when you read the plain language of what's written, it certainly implicates our naming rights agreement, which poses a challenge and something we quite frankly need to address.
A couple of additional points there. We've had communications from representatives of Manco Bay Area Host Committee, and maybe even, I'm forgetting, a representative of FIFA that says, while they reserve all of those rights, they are frequently negotiated away. That doesn't mean they'll exercise those rights. And so what the agreement says is highly problematic, but obviously, if they don't choose to exercise the right to name, the venue, after themselves in recognition of the fact that we have an existing name and agreement, and the party that names the stadium may not grant their approval, right, to modify the terms of the agreement, again, needs to be worked out. So it's definitely a problematic, provision, and potentially extends beyond authority, as the executive director pointed out. But there are opportunities, to solve that, again, and if everyone continues to be supportive, what our responsibility will be to solve that, right, and find what an appropriate, accommodation would be in that context.
Okay. Another question was who will pay for upgrades? I think we need to fully understand what upgrades may be required, but certainly, as discussed before, it would be our intent to get those fully reimbursed. Now, if there was an upgrade that we were already planning on or that's in our capital program already, we would, of course, look at that accordingly. There was a question with regard to the redactions or our review of the non-redacted agreements. Are there any conflicts of interest or self-dealings? I'll turn that over to the attorney.
Thanks a lot. We've not analyzed the agreements from that, standpoint, and if the majority of this board wants us to do that or is concerned about the obligations that we're bound, by, and is potentially seeking to get out of those obligations, that's certainly a potential basis for that. But again, we kind of inherited, this, and that's not something we've done. Our understanding is that this group desires, to host the event, and obviously concerns about terms and conditions. And the mode that we're in now is to fully understand those terms and conditions and negotiate agreements that are satisfactory to you on that allow us to host the event, but obviously get all of our costs reimbursed and the maximum benefit for the nature of the event.
City Stadium Authority Attorney, I have to interject on what you just said. You said if the majority of the board is interested in pursuing the issues of conflicts of interest and self-dealing, that you would do that. But I would imagine that you would deal with that issue regardless of what the vote is up here. If there are conflicts of interest or self-dealing, that you would protect the city and the Stadium Authority against those things. Maybe I misheard you, but didn't sound like it. So I just want you to be able to clarify what you just said.
I don't disagree with what you said to the extent that would create an independent issue and would compromise our ability or our ability to implement, what you all want, to implement from a policy standpoint, or exposed us to risk or liability. You're absolutely right. That would be independent of the majority's interest in evaluating.
I would hope so. It was highly publicized, the potential conflict of interest of the gentleman that signed the agreements was also involved in the Bay Area Host Committee. So I just wanted to clarify because that concerned me what you just said. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I think we only have a few more questions. One was the stadium agreement fully executed? Yes, but we were not a party, and so whether that has any implications or responsibilities onto the city or the stadium authority. We certainly think not. There's a member association and a FWC group that's listed in the agreement. I'm sorry, I didn't totally catch that, but we've conferred. We don't know that those have been established yet. Important to note, we still need to fully analyze the addendum to the stadium agreement to fully understand all of the requirements in it. There was a question about SoFi backing out. Important to note that that is a privately owned stadium. Also important to note, we don't know the genesis of that newspaper article. You know, could it have been done as a negotiating tactic? Are there other reasons behind it? We don't know. We have no information on that, but I just want to say that we were simply just citing the article as a very public display of a negotiation process that's clearly not driving to resolution or has had challenges driving to resolution that is certainly impacting the timing at which FIFA will announce what cities are hosting which soccer games. And lastly, Mayor, you mentioned a number of recommendations from the grand jury and deliverable dates, and you know, no comment on that, fully understand that, and your prior request. So with that, I think we've addressed all the questions that were asked, and the recommendation was to note and file. And again, our commitment is to come back to the board with periodic updates, and we will certainly do that.
All right. Would any member of the public like to speak? Please come forward. Welcome back.
I want to thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and the board for pushing for the info agreement that we have now. When you did it last spring, or we wouldn't have gotten the stadium agreement that we now have with some redactions. That agreement is extremely one-sided. It refers to FIFA as a third-party beneficiary. Now we're told there's some subset that's the new party. Then Section 3-4 says that the United States Soccer Federation can unilaterally increase our obligations. I mean, that's like, I never heard of that. You know, I mean, how can you do that? And then they can transfer their rights and obligations under the stadium agreement, but we can't. So it's like, it's very one-sided. We indemnify them, they don't indemnify us. And then if there's a dispute, we're gonna have to go under Swiss law, Switzerland, you know, Switzerland law. Not California, not New York, Switzerland. So, but I wanna thank the attorney and the executive director for being candid about the lack of forthcomingness as far as information, and also the one-sidedness of this document. I don't wanna characterize what they said, but they sort of indicated that there's a lot of concern about this agreement that you guys caused to be produced by insisting on disclosure. Okay. I have two recommendations. One, that the United States Soccer Federation be made a party to this information agreement that you came up with. At the moment, they're not a party to it. So we don't get any information from them, but they're the party to the stadium agreement that you guys were able to get produced. So I think out of a sense of completeness, the United States Soccer Federation should also sign on to the information agreement so that you get documents from them. And then my final thing is, if you decide to go through with this agreement with Pfeiffer, if you do, you better make sure that that rent provision, which the public does not know what it is, but you better make sure it's huge. Because when you have a one-sided contract and the only thing that's in your favor is the rent, you better make sure it's huge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I think you have to be cautious going forward. This doesn't look too good. I mean, why would the people at SoFi want to pull out? So yeah, I would of course recommend that again that you guys be very cautious going forward with this and don't sign anything until you really know what you're signing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? I don't see any more. Authority member Becker.
Thank you, Chair. Keep wanting to say Mayor too. Thank you to the Executive Director for your answering your questions, as well as the City Attorney. I don't know what I call it, supposed to call you at this moment. Thank you, Council. I want to make a motion to accept staff's, to note and file the informational report. But really quick question, and just to clarify what you were saying, what Councilmember Watanabe's question was, I guess, do you need direction tonight? Do you need to take note? Or what's that process in that? I think you said.
Through the mayor.
Yeah.
No direction needed, no direction requested. We will continue to assert the city and the Stadium Authority's position, obtain documents, and continue to move forward with the guiding principles that you have set for us.
Awesome. Thank you.
There was a motion to note and file.
Second.
Motion second. City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And the reason we called the meeting in the first place is item 2F, informational report on July 2nd, 2023, CONCACAF Gold Cup at Levi's Stadium and event-related impacts. I just want to emphasize, City Manager, that our public's not here anymore. And so as much as giving the report, you can start, but we're going to do it again. So it's up to the ICU chief standing up. Yeah, I mean, because it's unreasonable to have that report done right now. I know we're all tired and some falling asleep, so.
You need a motion?
Yes, and I apologize for our staff that has been here all night.
All motion.
The motion to continue this to the next council meeting?
Second.
Meeting after, depending on where it fits in. Okay. But give us just plenty of time so we can notify the public to come back, and we'll do it at an earlier time, we'll promise them.
Can we have flexibility to schedule that is not within the next 2 meetings? I think we can fit it in, but I want to make sure that we have enough
Okay.
time.
All right, so flexible within the next
That's
month
perfect.
or two.
I'm sorry, not just more than the next 2 meetings if we need more time. Certainly, I know the board wants it the next meeting or the following meeting, but if your schedule is impacted, I'm just asking for a little flexibility.
Sure, absolutely. Maybe it be one of the very first items of the evening when it gets to that point.
Definitely, yes. So there's a motion to continue this, and there's a second. Was there a second? All right, motion second to continue. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have reports of members and special committees. Hopefully, there isn't any. Oh, there is. All right, Councilmember Park.
So I just want to talk about a couple of things. I mean, yesterday we had the Cultural Commission art exhibit opening at Santa Clara University. We had Mayor Gilmore, council members Watanabe and Jane and Becker were also there. But the artist was Adrian Landon, and as an artist, I'm going to say that he knows a lot about mechanical concepts that some engineers don't know, simply because he went through the effort of making a remarkable horse that moves. And I suggest that everyone go down to Santa Clara University and push the button. It's pretty amazing. Also, the mayor and I went to the 42nd Northern California Annual Confucius Memorial Ceremony in Fremont, and it reminds us not just the wisdom of Confucius, but the wisdom of elders and our role, I should say their role, hopefully I'm not considered among them, as teachers to lead the youth along a path and guide them so that when they get to the end of the path, because they will, they can make their own way. I think that's key. It's not just, it's not enough to be wise, you also have to pass that on. And as it's still Hispanic History Month, I went to 2 La Misión Colectiva events. Yesterday was a celebration of South Bay lowrider culture, which was amazing. You had amazing owners of cars and almost as amazing cars. I mean, people tend to look at the cars, but when you talk to the owners, you realize that everyone has a story. It's not just the cars. And before that, there was curanderismo, which was the Latinx, Chicanx spiritual expressions and healing practices with Dr. Sandra Pacheco. It was warmly calming, and the discussions afterwards with a large community of, in Oaxaca, open possibilities of perhaps even a Mexican sister city. I also attended the League of California Cities annual conference and expo. Mayor Gilmore is also there, as well as our city manager. And went to a lot of talks, artificial intelligence, the practice of law. And it's funny, like we know the misuse of AI is coming, especially with misinformation in a coming election year. And it seems, it's kind of scary that the people making policies and making laws around this don't really understand, not really equipped to handle all the issues around that. Mental health, how little support there is for people experiencing mental health issues, and even less if you're in a minority group, and even less still if you're a person who's dealing with somebody who has mental health issues. Right, including children. I mean, I think mental health should be taught alongside physical health in school so that children who are experiencing mental health in their families or their friends, their friendship circles, can understand that, what they're experiencing is not necessarily normal. I think that everyone needs to do this.
I'd ask if you could wrap it up in respect to our staff members.
But, there's a lot of other things. There's housing, people without housing, but, Brandon P. Fleming, oh my goodness. He was the most amazing thing. Harvard diversity leader, assistant coach of debate at Harvard, led 6 teams straight, at-risk youth from the poorest neighborhoods of Atlanta to victories in debate at Harvard. Right, author of Miseducated, gave one of the most moving talks I've ever heard. Like, not only was his story amazing, his storytelling was amazing. Anyone that was there will tell you, his talk was worth the price of admission. Like, I don't want to give any disrespect to Val Vigoto and Ryan, who also gave a good talk, but Brandon P. Fleming, oh my goodness, you have changed, you have opened my eyes, you have changed my mind, and I want to help you make your dream come true, right here in Santa Clara. Thank you very much.
Manager, any reports?
No report.
May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second to adjourn. City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, and thank you to all the staff who stayed with us this entire 8 hours of evening. Thank you.